never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Prime Minister of France says he believes a wider war is possible in Europe as U.S. and Russian officials met to discuss ending the conflict in Ukraine.
The French Premier said, quote, "For the first time since 1945, war can happen on European soil around us." Francois Bayrou told French media that he thinks the current geopolitical situation in Europe is akin to the 1930s and the lead-up to the Second World War.
Ross Cullen with that report. Bayrou spoke after an emergency summit of European leaders in Paris. President Trump signed 3 new executive orders.
On Tuesday, Trump signed an order implementing a presidential memorandum requiring radical transparency requirements for government departments and agencies. It will require departments and agencies to make information public as programs are canceled and as alleged government waste is found. He also signed an order that would establish oversight functions in the Office of Management and Budget and its supervising agencies. A third executive order directs the Domestic Policy Council to examine ways to make in vitro fertilization more affordable to Americans. I'm Brian Shook.
In a show of force just yards away from the border crossing in San Diego County, California, troops can now be seen on both sides of the border.
Along Tijuana, east in Baja California, all the way to the Rio Grande, there appears to be a different scene taking place. On the Mexican side, Operation Northern Border. Thousands of soldiers, 222 nationwide arrests, more than 100 firearms seized, 2,700 pounds of drugs, including 20 pounds of fentanyl confiscated. This is part of the agreement by Mexico's president and the Trump administration to harden the border as they try to work out tariffs. Some U.S. troops have even been allowed to cross the border and train Mexican soldiers.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
A retired commercial airline pilot is weighing in after 21 people were injured when a Delta flight from Minneapolis crashed in Toronto yesterday.
The regional jet operated by Endeavour Air flipped completely upside down while landing at Toronto Pearson Airport. Retired United Airlines pilot Captain Scott Kay says despite all the recent crashes, flying is still safe.
We train continuously in the simulator for everything, not just crosswind landings, but engine failures, you name it, we train for it. So yes, it is safe to fly.
I'm John Fink.
Internet searches for gambling addiction help are up.
The Journal of the American Medical Association said in a recent report that if gambling addiction gets out of control, it could develop into serious mental health disorders and other problems. Searches for gambling addiction help in 2022 increased 22%, then jumped 25% in 2023, and the first half of 2024 ticked up to 31%. States showing the highest number of searches are Ohio, Pennsylvania, and Massachusetts. A Supreme Court ruling in 2018 legalized state-sponsored sports gambling throughout most of the U.S. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
More Americans are stepping up their emergency savings.
Nearly a third of adults recently surveyed by Bankrate said they have more in an emergency fund than they did a year ago. Over half also reported having more savings set aside than credit card debt. Bankrate's chief financial analyst Greg McBride called it evidence that more Americans have been able to make progress in building their emergency savings as the pace of inflation has slowed. I'm Matt Mattinson.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Papa, why can't we telegraph while riding a horse?
Son, there ain't no one to blame but Jeffro. He was riding old Betsy the Stallion, tip-tapping away at his telegraph, when blam! Ran right into the side of the saloon.
Well, if Jeffro can't do it, neither should you. Don't text and drive.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Another dark night on the interstate, another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls, I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
Cue the microphone. Just like that, we kick off another edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Here we go. And we'll close out a Taco Tuesday. So what do we got? Wacky Wednesday, Hump Day? What is it? What day is it? And we'll see midweek coming on as we turn the page from time zone to time zone. 19th day of February coming on here. How we doing besides cold? Another night of starting things off in the teens. Looks like 15 outside the secret bunker. It could be worse. I mean, I could be in North Dakota with 60 below zero wind chills, and that's what they are facing again tonight. I've lost track. How many nights consecutively have we seen extreme cold warnings impacting Montana, North Dakota, South Dakota? Again, tonight, those extreme cold warnings extend all the way down into central and south central Texas. Now, unlike the 60 below wind chills you're facing in parts of the Dakotas, you're not used to extreme cold in Texas. So when you've got a wind chill of, say, 3 degrees, that's extremely cold for the heart of Texas. Thus, the extreme cold warnings. As we kick things off, a look at our travelers' weather. All right, we've been talking well over a week now about the end of this train of storms we have seen in the month of February, the caboose, which had been forecast to be possibly the strongest of the entire train of storms. Which indeed, we've got winter storm warnings from eastern Oklahoma to the East Coast, North Carolina, Virginia. Let's start with the very latest. All right, there's going to be a sharp cutoff line on the northern edge of the heavy snow, which cuts right through the central portions of Missouri. The heavier snow, just the southernmost portions of Illinois, southernmost portions of Indiana, in southwestern portions of the state. The cutoff line, southeast Indiana, northernmost Kentucky, southwest Ohio. Not even any winter weather advisories in place there, but yeah, for the most part, Kentucky is socked in from one end to the other with the heavy snow coming down. This hour, looking at the radar, looks like the first flakes may begin reaching all the way over into southwestern portions of West Virginia. Yeah, through the heart of Kentucky, you are in the snow from Lexington to Louisville, southward to Bowling Green. Some heavier bands of enhanced snow about to be pushing into the Nashville area. Down into old Braindead's neck of the woods, where they are under winter storm warnings in the Memphis area. Snow from just about Little Rock northwards to Jonesboro, westward back to Fayetteville in Arkansas. It is snowing from St. Louis, Missouri, on down to where we got there. It looks like you're kind of right on the leading edge there in Columbia, Missouri. Yeah, south of Little Rock, you've got the warmer temperatures. You run into some of the sleet and freezing rain moving into the southern portions of Arkansas, right about the Louisiana state line. A little bit of mixed precipitation there, say just to the north of Shreveport. Aside from that, it is heavy rain, torrential rain through much of Louisiana, on down from, say, just east of Houston to New Orleans to Panama City, Florida. Some heavy rains along the Gulf Coast. That's what I'm seeing via the radar. How much precipitation, snow, rain will be anticipate? The bitterly cold air is in place, and that's what's spreading this swath of accumulating snow from the central high plains to the southern Appalachians here as we roll into midweek. Tonight, the focal point again is going to be Arkansas, Missouri, Tennessee, and Kentucky. As we head toward the weekend, things continue eastward. Actually, later Wednesday into Thursday, areas along the eastern seaboard where the winter storm watches have now transitioned to winter storm warnings. Tonight, this system is now beginning to tap into moisture from the Gulf of Mexico. So the snow area is expanding. It will continue to become heavier through the overnight hours tonight. A broad zone of 6 to 12 inches. Forecast to fall from eastern Kansas to much of central and southern Missouri, northeastern Oklahoma, northern Arkansas. Yeah, you could see storm totals approaching 20 inches over the Ozark Mountains. Heavy plowable snow in store from Topeka to Wichita, Kansas, St. Louis, Kansas City, Springfield, Missouri, Fort Smith, Arkansas. We're going to see major travel disruptions tonight. I know some are shutting things down. I saw a post from one driver here just a bit ago. Yeah, not often do we have to shut things down when we're as far south as Texas. But obviously they were looking to head northward, and it's not a good night to be rolling into the belly of the storm. Accumulating snow will then spread eastward across the I-70 corridor of the Ohio Valley. Some lighter snow and slippery conditions may be as far north as Interstate 80-90. The icy mess further south from near I-20 and I-40 in the southern plains. This all continues to move east over the mid-Mississippi Valley and spreads some heavy snow into some of those same areas that are still contending with the deadly flash flooding over the weekend. I did see the death toll actually increased to 14 from the flooding. I believe that was another fatality discovered in Kentucky this past day. Little Rock, Arkansas, Nashville, Memphis can expect 1 to 3 inches. Much of Kentucky now will be in that 3 to 6 inch zone. Throughout the zone from central and the southern plains to the Tennessee Valley, look out for those plunging temperatures. You're going to see a freeze up of any slushy or wet areas. The cold will become extreme in the wake of the storm. The risk of pipes freezing, water main breaks. Your traditional ice melt and rock salt becomes ineffective with temperatures in the single digits and even in some cases below zero. So again, thinking about those folks still dealing with the flood waters there from the weekend storms. And then, of course, you've got those still contending with Hurricane Helene storm back in September. Now, we'll look ahead Wednesday later in the day to Thursday. As this storm approaches the Atlantic coast, it re-strengthens, bringing a swath of heavy snow and ice extending from the Carolinas to Virginia, West Virginia, portions of Maryland and Delaware. Right now, again, it looks like southern portions of those two states. Well, in areas where the salt is ineffective, I guess it doesn't matter if you don't have any, because that is the case. Rock salt shortages across the Northeast, leaving towns scrambling for alternatives during one of the coldest winters in years, and more snow and ice expected here in the coming weeks. Homeowners and municipalities alike having difficulties securing more ice melt to get through the rest of the season. In eastern Pennsylvania, Berks County Commissioner has declared an emergency due to the rock salt shortage to get more salt for the roads. Rock salt isn't the only solution, though, for clearing icy sidewalk or snow-covered driveways. AccuWeather offered some alternative methods to try and maybe navigate the slippery walkways and roadways. Table salt. Salt is a common method for clearing ice. It causes the ice to melt, break apart. It is only effective when the temperature's above 15 degrees. Now, in a real pinch, table salt can be used to help melt ice over a small area, a few steps or whatnot on your deck or your a short sidewalk. The big drawback is you need a large quantity to melt an entire driveway, and that suddenly becomes a very expensive option. One of the better alternatives to traditional rock salt, this is new to me, is water softener salt. It's not a perfect substitute. Water softener salt, not as effective at melting ice, takes longer to get the job done, and yes, it can be more expensive than typical ice melt products, but it is indeed available in larger bags. Now, if it's too cold for salt to work or stolers are sold out, another alternative to make it easier to navigate those slippery surfaces is maybe good old-fashioned sand, kitty litter, or cinders that can help maybe give some traction on the ice. This is just a temporary remedy. It doesn't remove the snow or the ice, so multiple applications may be needed to keep traction over time. Believe it or not, coffee grounds can also help provide some traction if it's applied right after making a pot of coffee. Well, unless you're making a ton of coffee, you ain't going to have a lot of grounds left. Beet juice, of course, we've known over the years, beet juice can lower the freezing point of water, helping it to melt ice. A mixture of beet juice and water can be effective on a slippery driver, but it may temporarily stain the surface, of course, reddish or a brown color. And last on their list is baking soda. Mixing 100 grams of baking soda with 1 gallon of water actually creates a pet-friendly de-icing solution. But this method requires a significant amount of water to cover a large area effectively. And it sounds kind of counterintuitive to me to put anything mixed with water when you're trying to melt things away, but that's what they say. Maybe those tips will help out if it comes down to being in a real pinch. Underway, Hump Day, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hello to Philly Dan, out of the box. He says, good morning, everyone. I see your camel there. Hump Day. Mary Ann in the house. Brett says, good morning. Hello to Roy in Northwest Illinois. He says, a little bit better tonight than we were 24 hours ago. 24 hours ago, they were in the negative. That's a whopping 4 degrees above zero, but still feels like -9 tonight. Hello, Shorty, I-77, northbound Charlotte, North Carolina at 42 degrees. Yes, he is Columbus bound. Peppy, saddle up, nocturnal listeners. It's the midnight hour. What day is it? 844-844-3388. Is the number for Horse Feathers to make it official. 15 degrees on the Cruiser Dash in southwest Ohio. The wind kind of kicking. Well, now, seems like a fake judge who ordered a hold on Elon Musk's investigation into USAID actually has a wife on the payroll of a non-government organization funded by USAID. Can anybody say conflict of interest? That's how you get these fake judges in your back pocket. Snuggle up to whomever or whatever, throw some kerosene on the fire. It's cold, folks. If you have an electric blanket, toss it on too. But let's get the party started. Hammer down and be safe out there. I see old Senior Heatwave headed toward Apple Turkey, but not going to have a good sell for a whole lot longer. Wanted to be first out of the box. So there you are. Good morning.
Good morning, Senor. Yeah, it's a nice 36 out here in Green River, Utah. Just now passing by the Loves out here, and I tell you, them Democrats, liberals, scum of the earth. I tell you what, they're the loudest ones screaming out there because of what Elon is finding. And I don't even know if he's actually scratched the surface
of
all the departments out there. I mean, hell, with what he's found so far, I imagine he could find $1 trillion easily. So, and the Democrats screaming like, oh, you can't see that, you can't do this, you can't do that. They're denying what he's pulling up. And it kind of reminds me of a caller on the show that apparently said something about me being a know-it-all and then dismissing what I have experienced out here on 80, especially with the tunnels and whatnot. Like I don't know what I'm talking about. It sounds like to me that this particular person is a rhino. I think he's an actual liberal that's screaming and hollering to show, that, he don't know what he's talking about. He don't know what he's talking about. And he sniffs all the time like he's been snorting cocaine so he can stay up and be fired up when he calls. I don't know how many people appreciate their experiences or their actual, what they're seeing in real time, being questioned or denied. I don't question or deny anybody's personal experience about anything. I know this particular individual left Texas, went to Florida, and I guess Florida didn't like him there, so he went back to Texas. But, I don't know. Maybe I'm too critical of other people's opinions about my opinions and my experiences that I have out here.
Let it run off your back. It's like water off a duck.
Yeah, I probably ought to do that. So let's just forget I even said anything about it. How about that? So anyways, baseball season's coming around and looking forward to the Rangers year this year. And there's a rumor that Chrysler is going to come back to NASCAR next year.
Yeah, Braindead brought that. The truck series. They're gonna Dodge coming back to the truck series. Correct.
Oh, okay, all right. It's like, well, they've had the Challenger, which I thought was a pretty good competitive car, but I know it's pretty damned expensive to have.
And I think he kind of pointed out, I mean, you had the Charger and the Challenger. I don't know. One of them now that's still produced is it's only the electric version that's available, and the other one. Which one did Gilligan get? Whatever the one he has, I guess that's he got the last of the Mohicans as far as that.
Well, I think they're they've been out of NASCAR since 2012, I guess, and well, I don't know. I think it's a mistake for them to just go all battery power, but if that's the way they want to roll, that's the way they want to roll. So, other than that, yep, go home, wash clothes, say hello to the wife, make sure she knows who she's married to before I head back out again. So I'll go ahead and let you go, and everyone stay warm, stay safe.
All right.
Talk to y'all tomorrow.
So you mentioned he's Green River in Utah, correct?
Yes.
All right. So we had the tunnel crash in Green River, Wyoming. Green River and Green River.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Yep.
All right. Well, we got an update, matter of fact, on the Green River, Wyoming scenario. The crash last Friday. This past day, the DOT actually released the identities of the 3 individuals who perished in that multi-vehicle crash in the tunnels. A number of other videos had been released. I came across one. I don't know if it was the one that someone mentioned last evening where you can hear the screams. It is chilling to hear. There's fire ahead. This was, I guess, dash cam video or cell phone video of another truck driver that was toward the tail end of the crash. Shortly after he came to a halt, couldn't open the doors, and he actually had to kick the windshield out of his truck as the smoke enveloped. He made it out safely, but incredible video. We'll give you more on what they have updated there, how things are progressing when they're going to try to get things rolling again in the eastbound lanes. Back after this, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump signed 3 new executive orders.
Trump signed an order implementing a presidential memorandum requiring radical transparency requirements for government departments and agencies. It will require departments and agencies to make information public as programs are canceled and as alleged government waste is found. He also signed an order that would establish oversight functions in the Office of Management and Budget and its supervising agencies. A third executive order directs the Domestic Policy Council to examine ways to make in vitro fertilization more affordable. I'm Brian Shook.
Stocks wavered as global trade fears and inflation worries weighed on markets. At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 10 points, the S&P 500 rose 15 points, and the Nasdaq gained 14 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, yes indeed, getting the party started here on a Wednesday. Hello to Jeffrey, checking in from Florida. Good morning, Steve and the Hot Shots family. Tapeworm, checking in from Lafayette, Louisiana. The rain is finally moving in down here. Well, at least it's not the white stuff. All right, stay safe out there, drivers. Have a great show, Steve. Thank you very much. Yeah, a lot of rain in Louisiana. Some of that's that frog strangling stuff. All right, Brett, what do you got? Macon, Missouri, 4 degrees. So we're headed to Kansas City. That should be a fun drive. Hello, Jeffrey, 12 degrees, Kokomo. It's a good thing for Hot Shot Secret to get your vehicle moving in this cold. Thanks to Steve Sommers and the Overnight Drive for the opportunity to listen in to amazing men and women moving up and down the mile markers, keeping us stocked. And all we need to survive out here. Tell them you love them every chance you get. Tomorrow is not promised. Good afternoon, Larry Hammerdown. 17 degrees tonight, New Paltz, New York. It's round 2 to Schenectady. There you go. Hello from Bob in Michigan. Gilligan, morning, Steve. Fellow listeners, getting the week started cloudy here at the Speedway, Martinsville, Virginia. Snow is on the way. 30 degrees right now. Keep it shiny side up. Yeah, you guys are next on the list. Parts of Virginia, West Virginia, may indeed be looking at a good old-fashioned ice storm with this thing later Wednesday into Thursday. We'll break it down coming up. Hello, Timothy. Good morning from a cold Rocky Mount. Looks like we may miss the big snow. You're just a little bit too far to the north there. Like I said, there's a very sharp cutoff line from north to south. Some may see maybe just a few flurries. Within, say, 50, 75 miles, you'll be in the heavy snow. Lauren Weiss, 2-time world champion bull hauler. A big 0. Z-E-R-O. Feels like 7 below under starlit skies. in the bastion of Midwest liberal thought, Madison, Wisconsin. It's an epic winter night in America's Dairyland, as is the usual. Got the powerful chrome-plated cow truck wound up tight, headed to Abbeyland. Yeah, everyone on the count, count of three, say it with me loud and proud. 1, 2, 3. A high rate of speed. That's affirmative. Shout out to the trucking icon, Hall of Famer Carolina Monkey Gouger from the driver's seat of the best-looking Peterbilt on the road. He ain't proud of his truck, is he? Not at all. Hello to Jay. He says, wow, so glad I found you again. I sure missed you on the big one. Okay, I'm glad you found us there. Good to have you back on board, Jay. Give us a ring sometime. It's 844-844-3388. Kevin, good morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Eskimo Mom, howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Hump Day, Wednesday, whatever day. 30 days till spring, though. Just 13 days till Mardi Gras. 60 days till Easter. I would be running tonight, but thanks to the latest winter storm, the powers above my pay grade, shut freight down into Kentucky. I figured that would be the case. I know a lot of times Eskimo Mom makes runs down to the Louisville area. Probably not the best of nights to do that. Shut it down till later today at the earliest as a safety precaution. So chilling out at the house. Should be back out tomorrow night, barring any unforeseen circumstances. For the home 20, they're calling for maybe just a coating to an inch at the very most. We've got hazy skies. Porch reads 20 degrees. But WeatherBug and AccuWeather have 11 and 13, respectively. Yeah, I'm showing 14 at the airport there in Cincinnati. So I think the 11 or the 13 is probably more accurate. Be safe out there tonight if you're out in the cold and the snow. All right. Randy, good morning, everyone, a.k.a. Pack Rat in the house. 9 degrees in Plymouth, Indiana. Going to fire up the wood stove in a little bit and probably hit the hay. I saw a lot of trucks along the side of the road today as I ran to Belvedere, Illinois, and back to Fort Wayne. Side of the road, what do you think? Are they dealing with gelled fuel, not treating that fuel properly? Come on, guys, it's so simple. Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment with Winter Defense. Best product you'll find out there. Oftentimes you'll see some of those trucks gelled up on the side of the road using the competition. I won't mention it by name, but there's one very popular that according to the testers, does not work very well. Just a heads up. Paul, still below zero here in Mitchell, South Dakota. Let's see, -5 at this hour. Stay warm, everybody. The heat is slowly going to be coming back. Yeah, you're supposed to start warming up at least back to more seasonal temperatures. Many of these areas running 30, 40 degrees below where you would normally be here for the latter half of February. All right, who else we got on board? It's cold outside. Let's see what everybody else comes up with. It's cold enough to freeze the nets off a steel bridge. That's cold. Pappy said, oh, it's so cold outside the witch took her bra off. The brass bra. I'm correct. The brass bra. Rock Pick checking in. Hello, Steve. Truckers, third shift workers, and wise old night owls right now at the Rochester International Airport. 15 degrees, a wind speed of 15. So you got, let's see, happy hump day, all you hard-working Americans. With Steve Sommers and Hot Shot Secret, you're on a safe slope headed towards the weekend. Watch out for the other drivers. Okay, yes, indeed, stay safe out there. We're talking about alternatives. Yeah, when you run out of salt. Lauren Weiss says, WD-40 works to prevent freezing up. When I wash out my livestock trailer in cold weather, I coat whatever I need to open a latch with the Panther Piss, a.k.a. WD-40. There you go. Panther P, that's a new one. Hello, Jacqueline. Good morning. Jacqueline, a.k.a. Sunshine, checking in. We could use some sunshine to warm things up. 15 degrees, Wilmington, Ohio tonight. Buckeye Boy from Victor, Idaho, 26 degrees. Had an awesome day on the snowmobile trip. Got to see a lot of beautiful countryside. We had hard snow, some light snow, clear skies, and sun through most of the day. Also got to see the headwaters of the Warm Springs River. That starts from a large spring that comes out of the side of a mountain. The water at 50 degrees, no matter what the outside temperature is, as it joins a smaller creek to start the river. And saw a really cool waterfall. Kids were great. Our guide was excellent. And Wildcat survived after being bounced around. And behind me, as I was driving, some places were pretty bumpy because they hadn't been groomed the night before to smooth them out like they should have been. So we're going to relax a bit for hump day here while the son and his family go skiing once again. I'll be hitting the sack pretty soon. I am wiped out. Have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. So sounds like Buckeye Boy's enjoying that winter vacation in Idaho. All right, it's 844-844-3388. So we've already touched on where our big storm is impacting tonight. It's going to continue off to the east. It's a cross-country storm, moves to the Atlantic through the latter portions of the week. Going to unload a heavy accumulation on portions of Virginia, North Carolina, Maryland, and Delaware. Some snow will extend north and west of this area with icy conditions occurring just to the south. Now, some segments of the storm began their journey over the northern Pacific last week before we saw snow spreading across the Rockies, then into the Central Plains early this week. We're now watching the injection of Gulf moisture that's given the storm a boost as it rolls eastward. Now, while it now appears it's going to fail to make that northward turn along the Atlantic coast, it will still deliver the biggest snow of the season for some areas before heading out to sea. Norfolk and Richmond, Virginia, Winston-Salem and Raleigh, North Carolina, Salisbury, Maryland, among the towns and cities forecast to be walloped by several inches of accumulating snow between now and early Thursday. Anywhere from 6 to 12 inches forecast, with AccuWeather local totals of maybe 25 inches in southeastern Virginia and part of Maryland's eastern shore. Wow, snow rates could reach 1 to 2 inches per hour starting later Wednesday afternoon into Wednesday night. At that intensity, crews are not going to be able to keep up with the storm on some major highways, including Interstate 64, 85, 95. They may be forced to close. Motorists could become stranded. Airline delays and cancellations will continue to mount on Wednesday, then lingering effects into Thursday. There's a second component of the storm fueled by the jet stream that will promote some light snow to fall all the way back to the Ohio Valley and Great Lakes region, as well as the central Appalachians. Snow in that zone is going to be very spotty, ranging from barely a few flakes for some to maybe a couple of inches for others. It's going to be more of the showery nature of the snow that could impact motorists with sudden drops in visibility to a quick covering of snow. There may be a last-minute northward tug by the jet stream to deliver a light but manageable accumulation in that Interstate 95 zone of the upper mid-Atlantic and southern New England. But a major snowstorm is now highly unlikely from Washington, D.C. to Philadelphia, New York City, and Boston. Late last week and over the last several days, they'd been tweaking those models. Monday, some of the forecasts were anticipating the biggest snow of the season for D.C. and Baltimore. All right, what do we see here? There's going to be a sharp gradient between several inches of snow in southern New Jersey, eastern Long Island, and Cape Cod, to just a light coating or maybe no snow to the just north and west between now and Wednesday night. As a bit more moisture moves in Thursday, we could see some pockets where maybe a coating to an inch falls there in the northeast. Now, further south, a significant amount of sleet and freezing rain forecast from central and southeastern North Carolina to northern South Carolina, where you see more freezing rain rather than sleet. You get that buildup of ice on trees. We could see some widespread power outages. Even a small amount of ice or that wintry mix obviously makes for dangerous conditions for travel. Charlotte, Greenville, Fayetteville, North Carolina, Greenville to Darlington, South Carolina. Cold winds in the wake of the storm, but not quite as intense as the storm we saw when we started the week, as the trailing component of this storm swings eastward from the Midwest. Could see some intermittent snow showers and some locally heavier snow showers continuing to cause trouble from northern Georgia and the Carolinas all the way to upstate New York and New England. So seems like a lot of question marks. Who's going to see what there? All right, clear lines at 844-844-3388. Now back to Green River, Wyoming, where they this past day released the identities of those deceased in the multi-vehicle pileup on I-80 through the Green River Tunnel. 20-year-old Christopher Johnson of Rawlins perished. 22-year-old Quentin Romero of Rawlins perished. I would say we knew there was one truck driver that perished. I presume this would be the individual, a 30-year-old Harmanjit Singh from Nova Scotia, Canada. According to the Wyoming DOT director, our deepest sympathies and prayers go out to the community of Rawlins and to the families, friends, and loved ones of all three of these individuals. They also shared that 18 were hospitalized, some with serious injuries from the fiery crash. Tuesday, they released drone video captured inside the Green River Tunnel. Courtesy of the Sweetwater County Sheriff's Office, officials say that progress is being made on the investigation into the cause of the crash, but there's still a lot of work yet to be done. Due to the complexities in this crash, off-scene investigations, crash reconstructions conducted by the Highway Patrol are expected to take quite some time, he says. We appreciate the patience as we examine all the evidence and work toward developing a crash narrative and cause that's as accurate as we possibly can. Now, there is no estimated time for the westbound Green River Tunnel to reopen. They are working to secure contractors to remove all the soot and debris, which would be the first step in the long process of restoring this tunnel to normal operations. So for now, the Highway Patrol is urging people to stay out of the westbound tunnel for safety reasons. It is imperative that folks stay away from the westbound tunnel for their safety. Between all the debris that could still fall, serious concerns about air quality in the tunnel, it's too dangerous for anyone without proper protective equipment to be in this area. We don't want any more injuries as a result of this horrible event. Now, they did say they're expecting that the eastbound tunnel, it was originally scheduled for later today, Wednesday. Now looks like it's going to be Thursday. The eastbound tunnel will open to what they call head-to-head traffic Thursday in order to help move I-80 traffic out of the community of Green River. So Thursday is the time frame now versus later today. All right, it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
All right, hello to Glenn. Check it in. I guess, what are you on vacation? He said, good morning, all. We're cooling down in Florida. I suppose we'll have to go fishing rather than going to the beach. Yeah, not necessarily the best beach weather. Hello to Roki. Yes, indeed. I had that story before me, Roki. He says, I've instructed the termination of all remaining Biden-era U.S. attorneys. We must clean house immediately and restore confidence. America's golden age must have a fair justice system. That begins today. That was Donald Trump. Yes, the entirety of the story. Trump said he's instructed the Justice Department to indeed terminate all remaining Biden-era U.S. attorneys, stating the department has been politicized like never before. Now, the Justice Department did not immediately respond to a request for comment. Last week, the White House sent termination notices to several U.S. attorneys around the country who had been appointed by the former President Joe Biden. Monday of this week, several U.S. attorneys appointed by Biden announced that they were stepping down. Others left the government last week. Now, while it's customary, they say, for U.S. attorneys to step down after a change in the presidential administration, usually the incoming administration asks for their resignations and doesn't issue harshly worded termination letters. That, according to current and former Justice Department lawyers, anyway. The termination of the U.S. attorneys who serve as the top federal law enforcement officers in their districts is just the latest in shakeups at the Justice Department since Trump took office. Now, these career Justice Department officials normally remain in office from one administration to the next, but dozens in cities including Washington and New York have been fired or quit since Trump took office. Of course, Trump's campaign vowed that they would end the weaponization at the Justice Department, and he says that was the Justice Department used against him during his 4 years out of power. But all right, big time shakeup there. In the sports arena, how about that? There was a lot of talk earlier this week about the Team USA versus Team Canada. The four nations face-off. That drew apparently, word is that drew far more viewers than almost any NHL game in recent history. That was the USA's comeback against Canada. Yeah, that 3-1 victory drew significant reactions after the Canadian crowds in Montreal had booed the Star-Spangled Banner. Now, this was, as Braindead tried to explain last week, kind of over the tariff wars between Justin Trudeau and President Trump. Now, Braindead said that on the U.S. side, that had been happening as well. But we're going to have, apparently, a redo. These two teams are going to meet in the finals. A rematch tonight, Thursday night. Or this is Wednesday, so tomorrow night, Thursday night. We'll give you more on that coming up right after this.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A federal judge in Seattle has sentenced a man convicted of sexually assaulting an 18-year-old girl on a plane to prison.
In 2024, Justin Baker was on a flight from California to Seattle. He was sitting in the middle seat, and the victim was to his right next to the window. He showed her sexually explicit text messages and groped her under a jacket. When she tried to leave, he pulled her back into her seat. She eventually got help, and Baker was arrested. He was convicted by a jury and sentenced to the maximum of 2 years in prison. I'm Brad Ford.
Oklahoma lawmakers are considering a bill that would require a reason for voting by absentee ballot. Bill author Representative Molly Jenkins told the House Elections and Ethics Committee that the rationale for voting absentee is important information that voters should have to reveal.
This is simply a measure that will allow us the opportunity to make sure that people are being responsible.
If the bill becomes law, voters requesting an absentee ballot would have to check a box on a list of reasons for voting absentee. New York's Attorney General is condemning cuts to the World Trade Center health program.
Letitia James is calling the reported 20% staff cuts reckless and cruel and says it'll undermine efforts to help patients. The World Trade Center health program provides medical treatment for 132,000 first responders, survivors, and others who lived or worked in Lower Manhattan on 9/11 when terrorists flew jets into the Twin Towers. James calls the cuts unacceptable and says says they must be reversed. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
Gas prices are on the rise again, while the average across the nation is $3.16 a gallon.
People in California are paying much more, around $4.84, according to AAA. With spring around the corner, gas companies are beginning to switch to a different type of fuel intended for summer, which typically leads to higher prices. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
A Northern California man has been arrested for running an illegal operation to make and assemble assault weapons in his garage.
Seized 8 assault rifles, a silencer, numerous other handguns, rifles, disassembled rifles, firearm parts, large capacity magazines, and ammunition.
The investigation began when the suspect was caught trying to sell assault weapons at gun shows. He now faces felony charges. Anti-Semitism is peaking at an alarming rate in the U.S., with the latest annual survey of American Jews reporting 1/3 have been targeted in person or online in the past year.
Former Congressman Ted Deutsch, CEO of the American Jewish Committee, says that's led to 56% saying they've changed their behavior in fear.
That's a decision that people make to not go somewhere, to think about what they're wearing, what they say, so that people don't know that they're Jewish.
More than 3/4 of Jewish Americans say they feel less safe since the October 7th attack on Israel. I'm Brian Shook.
Egg prices continue to soar.
Wholesale egg prices jumped 40 cents over the last 30 days. That means a dozen eggs costs distributors $7.44. That has yet to be fully passed down to consumers, with the national average price for a dozen eggs hitting $4.95 in January. That's expected to climb with shortages continuing and distributors passing down the rising costs to shoppers. The rising number of bird flu cases is being blamed for ongoing egg shortages. I'm Matt Mattinson.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
We kick off hour number 2. Great Great to have you on board. Thanks for joining us for our Wednesday edition. All right, back to Team USA versus Team Canada. This is pretty big. Saturday's game, they tell us, saw a whopping 4.4 million viewers on average, with a peak of 5.2 million viewers. The audience was so big that the number beat out every regular season NHL game in the last 5 years. Said the last time that many viewers tuned into a non-Stanley Cup game was in 2019 when the Columbus Blue Jackets played the Boston Bruins in the playoffs on NBC. That game averaged 4.5 million viewers. At the same time, the international game reportedly saw more than 369% the typical viewership of NHL games on ABC this season. The numbers also trounced playoff games from last year that averaged 1.54 million viewers across each network. ABC, ESPN, ESPN2, TNT, TBS, True TV. Comparing the numbers to the last marquee matchup between the two nations, the 2016 World Cup of Hockey game between Team USA and Team Canada drew a measly 766,000 viewers. So Saturday's game seemed like one for the history books, when 3 consecutive fights broke out just after the game started. Then after Canada scored a goal about 5 minutes in, Team USA responded, netting 3 unanswered goals and out-hit the Canadians en route to victory. This even spawned some commentary from unlikely sources like Super Bowl champion Antonio Brown, who remarked on the Canadian crowd's booing. Representative Byron Donalds unleashing a pro-American rant for the ages on his X account, stating, "They booed our anthem. We got into 3 fights in the first 9 seconds. We then net 3 unanswered goals. We blast Freebird after each goal, and we blow them out in their own stadium. America is back." Now, with that win, the Team USA clinched the top spot in the round robin after Canada handled Finland 5-3 Monday. These two will meet again for an epic rematch in the finals Thursday night. Wonder what the viewership on that might be. That's a big game. Now, it is a weeknight. Yeah, a lot of people have to get up for work and whatnot. And I'm not sure exactly what time that game will be taking place, but how big is that rematch? Good morning, Horse Feathers.
Yeah, morning, Your Honor. Or should we say, hey, Mike, what day is it? What day is it, Your Honor?
It indeed is. It's Hump Day. Hump Day.
There you go. So where is this next fight of the gladiators on ice going to take place, Your Honor? What's the location of this? Is it going to be still up in the Great White North, or is it going to be down here? Or do you have the location for the Thursday night game?
At this point, I do not. I'll have to see what I can find.
All I can say is that I don't think the American players were too happy with the Canadians booing the national anthem.
Now, Brain Dead, didn't he last night say that when they had a game where the Canadian team or whatever was booed somewhere here in New York or something? I can't remember exactly what he said. So it's been kind of tit for tat. Yeah, the tensions between the two countries over this whole trade war, tariff war thing.
Yeah, but I think the first fight there, I don't think the puck had hit the ice for maybe like 2 or 3/10 of a second before the gloves came off. I think the gloves came off as the puck was being dropped, to tell you the truth.
Well, if they were able to get 3 fights started within 9 seconds, so they had one fight got it cleared. Then stop the clock. Every time, I mean, boom, boom, boom. 3 fights before 9 seconds had clicked off.
Yeah. I mean, hockey. It is great. I mean, now why is it hockey is the only sport we're left with now that you can actually have physical altercation and fisticuffs and the referees stand there and let it go on until a little bit of blood starts showing, and then it's like, hey, all right, you got, well, you're laying on the ice. We got to get you up now. So we stop fighting because we can't have you laying on the ice. But I don't know. It's kind of nice to actually have a sport where they actually let the competitors actually have a little bit of physical altercation with each other, and it hasn't gotten to be like the NASCAR where, well, you bumped a little bit too hard or you rubbed a little bit too hard, or I don't know. The guys complaining that they get bumped in the back. I don't know. The problem with NASCAR now is that they've gotten the cars completely so unstable that if you do bump them in the wrong time, the wrong place, in the wrong part of the track, and you cause a major mishap, which is what creates the big one all the time. But anyways, that so what was it? It was Priest, wasn't it, that took the sailing ride with his car there?
Correct.
When he got shoved
airborne.
A little bit.
Yep.
So if you noticed when that car was doing the turtle deal there, laying on its top and the bottom side showing up, did you notice how smooth the bottom is? They've enclosed the whole bottom of the car now.
Yes, I did notice that.
I think
someone made someone made the comparison of like trying to walk out with a sheet of plywood in a windstorm. It picks it up.
Exactly. There's nothing there to, nothing for resistance, air resistance there anymore. So, it's like the bottom side of a wing of an airplane. So once it gets it's designed not to have air underneath there. So when it does get air underneath there, it just kind of just started picking up and sailing. And as the front lifted, it was going to continue on until it got, bumped or pushed or released from whatever the other car was next to it and changed its draft. And well, when the other car got away from it a little bit, and it's what caused it to continue on up and over and everything. But anyways, I don't know. Maybe NASCAR will get better. I think I probably watch the partial part of the one race a year. I'll probably watch. I still like seeing a little bit of the racing in Wellington. I still like seeing a little bit of the racing in Talladega. If it is a little bit racy, if we get one of the real small tracks there, what is it? Bristol's the paper clip. I like when you have the lead car, catching up to the last car on the lead lap, and they're strung out all the way around the track, and then they start passing the lapping traffic and the green flags. It makes it a little bit more exciting if the ones getting lapped actually put up a little bit of a challenge and don't just let the leaders go on by. But anyways, so I guess that's that. And I heard you mentioning there might be a few flurries of snow in the area somewhere over the next couple days.
Yeah, it sounds like you're going to be more in the flurry zone. I mean, how far south is, what does they call it, Salisbury, Maryland?
Salisbury is over on the eastern shore, so they're kind of probably within about 40 miles of Ocean City. They're, not too far from the coast itself, and they're down in the southern tip of the eastern shore.
Yeah.
Crisfield is actually about the last town there is in the eastern shore on the southern part of Maryland over there, and they're probably going to end up with like 6 or 8 inches of snow, they said, over there, because they're just north of where you go into Virginia, and of course that's where 13 goes down through to go back down to Norfolk with that Bridge Bay Tunnel deal there for the Chesapeake, the Bridge Bay Tunnel. So anyways, yeah, probably the Richmond, Fredericksburg, they're all expecting, as you go further south from, south of DC, they're talking a couple inches probably south of D.C. before you get to Virginia and Maryland, and then once you cross into Virginia, it's gonna be increasing from there down south, and I'm not sure how far, but I think I heard the Richmond area is supposed to have anywhere from at least 6 to 8, possibly 10 inches down there.
Yep.
So I guess that's about the way that's all going to develop. So I guess depending on what I'm given for work, how far I'm supposed to go south on Thursday morning, we'll see what I'm doing out here Thursday night or tonight, Wednesday night. We'll see how far I get before I decide what I'm doing. But other than that, were you able to get to any of those clips with the Delta crash at all, with the latest videos and that have come out?
Yes, yeah. The one you sent me, that was, I don't know. Would you say there was maybe a bit of pilot error involved, because it looks like it was coming down? I mean, it was obvious a really hard hit, like the descent was too fast.
Well, the question is almost like we were just talking with Priest there in his race car, is we don't know what the air was doing around that plane.
Yes.
I mean, we don't know if there was crosswinds or downwind or all the wind. Maybe they had wind, and all of a sudden they got to the airport where they were getting ready to touch down, and all the wind went away. So they were, if the plane was compensating for wind, and then all of a sudden the wind went away, then that would change the way it's going to come in contact with the ground.
It just kind of dropped like a brick.
And it did. But the last video, I guess, according to NBC, was actually from another pilot sitting in the cockpit, where he'd actually filmed it coming down to the runway. So you were actually able to see that all 3 sets of landing gear were actually deployed. Now, whether they were fully locked in place, we don't know if the landing gear was locked in place. So, but it did appear as if the rear, the main landing gear did come in contact with the runway on, as you say, kind of a harder impact, and then either gave way or actually collapsed with the impact, and as you said, it bounced a little bit, and then when the body of the fuselage got to the ground there, then it caused the dragging, and the one wing came loose, and of course when the wing comes loose, that's your fuel tank and your fuel system, so that's where the fire comes from, and they went on skidding down the runway until they came to a stop and rolled over. And then there was one other video that showed the people were actually inside, seatbelted in upside down, and trying to go from being disorientated to figuring out where they were and what they had to do to get to having to be able to exit the plane and get out and everything. So anyways, that one video showed it pretty good with them being seatbelted in. And just to relate this to something I've had discussions with a lot of people about for a lot of years, is to completely switch the subject, is seatbelts on school buses. And there's a lot of us out here that don't believe that it's good to have kids strapped into the school buses, for the fact that if they do end up upside down, now the rescue attempt is that much harder, because not only do you have to get in there and get the kids out, you actually got to get them all released. And if they end up, someplace really bad, like if the bus ends up underwater or something, then all the kids are actually strapped in, and it's hard enough in a normal situation to get yourself released, if you're on your side or upside down, but you add a water factor or something like that to it, and it makes it next to near impossible. So there's a lot of us that, that way back in the day, I imagine, I don't know if you rode a school bus or not, or where you grew up with municipality, but I mean, we had the little short seat, you could see from the back seat all the way to the driver, and, there was, you could jump over seats and all that, and then they started with these big high back seats, because they figured the kids, when they locked the brakes up, would get instead of getting them thrown over the seats, they just throw them into the seat back in front of them. And so, I don't know, for the most part, I was thinking that's kind of the best way to go. And as I say, I still lean on the side of not strapping the kids into the buses, but I don't know, there's a lot of seatbelt advocates out there that believe you should. So I guess that's a subject I guess we'll all have to maybe agree to disagree, or maybe we can look into it a little further. But
right,
we're not using any extra government money to do it, Your Honor. No extra, no grant money, no research money. It's only discussion. We've got to do it for free. But anyways, so one last thing is the mayor of New York City, is he going to be able to keep his job, or is the governor going to throw him out on his ear?
I'm not paying real close attention. City council apparently is requesting him to resign, and there are rumors and rumblings of her maybe removing him. I don't know.
Yeah, that would be interesting. And hey, one last real quick thing. Do you know where Hamilton, Ohio is?
Absolutely.
Supposedly, there's a firehouse for sale there that it's about $100,000. You think you can go over and check it out for me? I'd be interested in buying a firehouse.
There you go.
Keep my fire truck in.
Uh-huh.
So,
but the prospects of getting it from Hamilton, Ohio to Baltimore, Maryland, that may be a bit of a task, if you know what I mean.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
All right, horse feathers, to answer your question, where will the game be played? Here you go, just days after the chaotic matchup. Canada and the United States will be doing battle once again in the Four Nations Face-Off Championship. The Canadians needed to secure their spot in the final game of pool play on Monday against Finland. They jumped out to a 4-0 lead early and had to hold on late as the Finns rallied with 3 goals in the third period. But that result rendered Team USA versus Sweden meaningless, and the Swedes earned the 2-1 win. Now, Canada and the United States will rekindle the rivalry in Thursday's championship. The Americans got the best of the Canadians in Saturday's game, of course, which featured 3 fights in the opening 9 seconds. Yeah, this after Montreal's Bell Center crowd booed throughout the playing of the Star-Spangled Banner. Well, now the teams head to Boston for the championship showdown. Now, it says here, much like the NHL, the Four Nations face-off has like 3-on-3 sudden death overtime period. It says here in the championship Thursday, overtime will take place in the traditional playoff format with 5-on-5 hockey in consecutive 20-minute periods until a winner is declared or decided, I guess, if that is needed. Okay. Guess that's a little different, but all right, let's see where to view. ABC, ESPN, and TNT will be carrying that. Championship, USA versus Canada, 8 p.m. ESPN, Boston at the TD Garden Center. There you go. So back to the USA. Meanwhile, lines available at 844-844-3388. Thank you, Eskimo Mom. She forwarded this my way earlier in the day. A super load is going to be moving through the southern Miami Valley today. That's in Ohio. And it will be impacting traffic. The super load is a large transformer being transferred for Duke Energy. It is 629,436 pounds, 16 feet wide, 19 feet tall, and 201 feet long. According to the Warren County Engineer's Office, this is going to cause several roads to be closed for approximately 5 hours, starting at 8 this morning. Union Road in Turtle Creek Township. After Union Road, the convoy becomes a moving roadblock until the destination, being escorted by the Ohio State Highway Patrol and the Warren County Sheriff's Office. This is expected to heavily impact traffic and cause delays. So they're advising, check your maps there, utilize the detours that they're recommending. Thank you for the heads up there, but yeah, that's a heavy load, right? The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A federal judge is declining a request from 14 attorneys general to temporarily ban Elon Musk from accessing data at 7 federal agencies. 14 states have requested a restraining order to block Musk's Department of Government Efficiency from firing employees and gaining access to sensitive records. Hundreds of CDC disease detectors have been fired in another DOJ downsizing move.
They got their walking papers by email Saturday night, those emails citing poor performance, even though most of the CDC researchers who were purged had excellent performance records. DOJ had told the CDC it planned to eliminate 10% of its staff and that more terminations are coming. The CDC is responsible for protecting our nation against dangerous disease threats and responding quickly when they do arise. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch, and nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, coming up in short order, we'll get to some of the industry headlines. We shared last week that the boss man at Ford was headed to meet with, I don't know if Trump directly or just maybe his administration, talking about the impact of tariffs on the auto industry. He says it would be devastating for Ford if that occurs. Whatever the case, it appears that meeting did not have an impact on Trump. Because this past day, he said he's going to implement 25% tariffs on automobiles. I believe the start date is slated for April 2nd. We'll give you the full report there. The new administration's policies impact on electric vehicles. To where they're saying the rate of electric vehicle adoption is expected to level off this year. Lots of uncertainty with the Trump administration policies, including rolling back incentives and emission standards that propelled electric vehicle sales. What might the impacts be? So we'll get to that again coming up here. First of all, room for you at 844-844-3388. Hello to Gary this morning. Good morning, Steve, all the overnight crew. Happy hump day. Billy's on board. Billy Lennon, good morning. All right, good to have you with us. Mr. Jack E., 16 degrees, breezy, some flurries here. Lexington, Kentucky, the horse capital of the world. And there's Norman checking in from north central Kansas, 5 below. We've got blowing snow tonight. Just a good night to stay inside by the fire. Sounds like a plan. Everybody stay warm and have a good morning. Meanwhile, Dan joins us on Hump Day. What's going on, Dan?
Oh, nothing much, Steve, other than we got snow and it seems like some ice down here in Memphis. Horse Feathers, excuse me, Horse Feathers made a statement about seat belts in school buses.
Yes.
And I've worked in that industry. I don't think there's been a school bus built in the last 5 years that have not had seat belts. Most now with lap and shoulder belts. His argument about seat belts, the example, I think he was talking about the plane crash up in Canada.
Mm-hmm.
Well, nobody died. You know, that makes a perfect argument for the seat belts. No one died. Because if a vehicle, if anything, you get human beings can become objects of injury and possibly death rolling around on each other, not rolling around, flying in the air.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And you take a school bus and it tips over. Well, you know, the bus, perfect example, you had one up there in Ohio where that van, the girl fell out of the bus. She came out of the bus. She was not in a seatbelt. That bus didn't have any. It wasn't too far from you all. I think it was up maybe by Dayton.
Mm-hmm.
But the van with the crossed the line, hit the bus rolled over, and the girl went airborne out of the bus, and the bus rolled on top of her. And so, I mean, I don't know how he could make that the statement. You know what I'm saying? Pure logic would tell you we wear seatbelts in cars. You know, we require seatbelts in everything. But then when you put a child on a bus and they don't have a seatbelt, that bus rolls over or gets involved in a serious enough impact. Kids could be flying around. In addition to the injuries they have when they finally land, they could fall onto another person or an adult or a larger student. You know, a 150-pound student hit somebody, he could cause some damage. And so I mean, I don't know why people, you know, oppose them. I mean, you know, let's face it, people who had cancer 30, 40 years ago didn't survive. Go home and put your affairs in order. So, I mean, that's just the progress that we make. But I don't know of anybody that's ordered a bus. A lot of it has to do with legal. You know, an accident becomes, why didn't you buy everything that, or get everything that you could? I mean, his attitude about, his point about what happens, and the buses do come with seatbelt cutters, but not for a child to use. You'd have to have an adult. My biggest thing is I really think if you've got a bus more than 25 kids, you need another adult on that bus. You have them in classrooms, and you certainly need it on a bus, because the only responder, emergency responder, unfortunately, is the driver. And if he or she becomes incapacitated, you don't have a first responder on that vehicle, other than students who are smart enough to know how to do it if they're older.
I guess the only argument that I could you question in the event of a crash and maybe a fire, would the kids be able to be aware enough quickly enough to get themselves out of those belts? But your point in regards to no one perished on that plane, and seeing the video of the massive fireball that occurred and that thing rolled over, completely did a full roll and a half, I guess it was, and ended up on its roof, and nobody died. It's astounding.
Well, right. And I mean, and in fairness to him about a fire, now we did have, I believe a year and a half, almost 2 years ago, an accident in Illinois, Beardstown, Illinois, where a driver, and again, the school bus driver caused the accident. She went over the median and hit a combination, tractor trailer dump truck, and slammed right into him. She killed everybody. She was killed. The 3 children who were 4 and 5 were killed. They were preschool students, and the driver of the dump truck was killed. Now, they do require. This is another little deal with the government. The buses are supposed to be, well, when I would never run one unless it had an underhood fire suppression system. And the fuel tanks, that's one of the requirements for certifying as the school bus. It has to have an impact barrier. It's got to have a barrier. Well, you remember that crash in Kentucky where that drunk driver hit that school bus that was loaded with church kids?
Yep.
Well, that was a Ford bus. And for several years, Ford did not make school buses. But that is what caused the side impact. That's the Federal Motor Vehicle Safety Standard that has to be on a school bus. So that's for the fuel tank. That is for the fuel tank, so that the fuel tank is encapsulated. And now the Illinois is State Patrol, along with the federal, the Department of Transportation. They're going through that bus with a fine-tooth comb. I don't believe that Illinois requires an underhood fire suppression system. Steve, she hit that dump truck at 55 miles an hour. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And those kids had to be in the seatbelt. They had to be. It doesn't really. It's so gruesome you don't even want to talk about it. But that bus burned to the ground. And but there were no first responders that could have saved anybody there. And my problem with that is she caused the accident, and I know that area very well. I know some of the people up there in school bus at the school districts. Why there was a big funeral for that woman is beyond me, but whatever. But she caused that accident, and they believe it or not, school buses are equipped with cameras, not to the detail of the black box, but those cameras can produce information.
Mm-hmm.
But that bus should not have burned the way that it did. So, but again, if they were equipped that way, but I mean, his point is, and he brings up the fire, and he brings up, what if it goes into the water? Well, if it goes into the water, I don't know that, you know what I'm saying, too many people are going to survive without seatbelts. But the plane crash, everybody survived. I mean, they brought up, I think you brought up, there were some photos of people hanging upside down.
Correct.
Well, at least you can get yourself down, you know, wondering if you're going to be alive. But at least you can get yourself down. And no one, I mean, there were some injuries, but you know, if you didn't have seatbelts on, you'd have broken legs and all types of internal injuries.
Absolute broken legs, broken necks, split open heads. I mean, you name it. You know.
Yeah, right. And when you put your grandkids into the car, I mean, I know you well enough that it's not just the seatbelt; it's whatever that underage 5 seatbelt. You know, that car seat that can, you know, put a child into the seat. So, yeah, but those are called 5-point seat belts, but the 3 points are what you have, your shoulder, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And you got that, they're putting them in. I don't know of anybody, I don't think any factory would build a school bus. There's 3 of them in the country, International, Bluebird, and Thomas. And I don't think any of them are putting a bus out that does not have seat belts. I think they would require, you know what I'm saying, as a protection for themselves. And it's again, it gets to something else, and that's having another adult on the bus, especially for small children in the event of an accident. But that accident up in Ohio, that girl went airborne out of that bus. and no seatbelt in the bus.
Wow.
And yeah, none. And she and then the bus rolled on top of her. And like I say, they're all gruesome to talk about, but I think the verdict is, I'm glad the verdict's in on seatbelts, and I'm not trying to start an argument with the guy because I like his conversations, but I don't see where he's coming from with that, and I just don't. I mean, he used as an example the plane crash. Well, everybody survived on the plane crash, so I don't know what the discussion is there. That's not the best example, but and it does happen, and so I just thought, but school buses are built. That's the safest vehicle on the highways. That in terms of their structure, more so than a motor coach, a tour bus. It is the safest vehicle on the highway, and they're required to have roof hatches and push out windows, and the seats have to be fire block. Well, that's an example. Here's a little bit inside baseball. Missouri, where I'm from, the seats have to be fire block seats. Illinois did not, I'm sure they do now, but did not require fire block seats, fire retardant. Mm-hmm. Well, he would understand that because is he in a fireman? Horse feathers? He actually a volunteer?
He was for years. He was a fireman. Yes, I think he's still certified.
Okay.
Still certified,
right.
or whatever. Yes.
Yeah. Well, he would know that. So, but I mean, there are so many requirements for a school bus, and that's another thing. I don't know of too many people that build them without the the higher standard of safety. So, I thought I'd call in because I he brought that idea up, and that's something that I am very familiar with, and because of employment in that industry,
okay,
and as an owner of several school buses, so I mean, and the way I always approached it, you don't want to pay the price for the higher equipment. Goodbye. You need to go somewhere else. You understand what I'm saying? Because I don't want to be down that road. They didn't want to pay for it. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, well, I appreciate the show, Steve. Thank you very much.
Hey, great insight, Dan. I thank you for the call. It's a topic I didn't plan to get on, but I mean, it's very interesting. And I see here that just over the past week, in the state of Texas, there's a new piece of legislation looking to require all school buses to be equipped with seatbelts. As a kid growing up, yes, I did. Yeah, from kindergarten through, I guess that was through 10th grade. I rode a school bus pretty much every day. And there were no seatbelts. Never had a seatbelt. Never involved in a crash, thank goodness. So never really needed the seatbelt. There were a few times where the bus driver maybe had to slam on the brakes, and of course you'd fly forward and hit the back of the seat in front of you. So they've got had the padding, thank goodness, on the back of the seats in front of you. We'll tell you what they got unfolded in Texas, though. This is just over the past week, and I don't know if my grandkids, I'll have to ask them, are there seatbelts on school buses that they ride in today? I don't think there are. And I guess the rules vary from one state to the next. Yeah, I think Texas is one of only 9 states nationwide that actually has a school bus seatbelt law. Just 9 states. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Yeah, the report is out of Austin, Texas, where they said there is a renewed push for seatbelts on Texas school buses 10 months after a crash killed a 5-year-old on a fatal field trip. Texas is one of only 9 states nationally with a school bus seatbelt law. A newly filed bill looks to expand what is already required. If passed, this measure would make sure every student in the state riding the bus buckles up. Senate Bill 546, districts would have to install lap and shoulder 3-point seatbelts on their buses, but could also do 2-point lap restraints in cases of financial hardship. The law will allow districts to use grants, gifts, and donations to pay for the restraints. Senator Jose Menendez, who authored the bill, says protecting children should be the state's highest priority, whether it's making school buses safer or the schools themselves safer. Giving them the best education, we need to take every step to protect and allow them to have the right future. There is a 2017 law that requires all newly purchased buses to be outfitted with the 3-point seatbelts, but it did not require districts to retrofit their fleets, which means thousands of Texas children still board buses every day that do not have restraints. That was the case in March when a Hayes district bus was hit by a concrete pumper truck, causing the bus to roll over. In addition to a 5-year-old Ulysses Montoya, a driver behind the bus, UT grad student Ryan Wallace also perished. The crash also injured most other children on the bus. The KVUE defenders and the Austin American-Statesman found in November that of 13 Central Texas school districts, just 4, including Austin, had seatbelts installed in their entire bus fleet. After that crash, parents expressed outrage that the district deployed a bus without restraints. They have since expedited plans to put seatbelts on 100% of their buses. Now, as for Menendez's bill, it's been sent to the Texas Senate Transportation Committee for review right now. But okay, so it varies, I guess, obviously, state by state. Very interesting. 844-844-3388. All right, Philip. We missed Philip yesterday. Well, you go from one day where you've got no calls, very, very quiet lines. The next day, last night was an example of lines were pretty much packed and stacked most of the night. And Philip had to move on, so he's back on board. We'll see what's going on over the last couple of days. Sergeant MacGyver will be checking in, and room for you at 844-844-3388. All right, today it is, hump day, but it's National Tug of War Day. It is National Airboat Day. How about National Arabian Horse Day? Where do they come up with all these deals? It is National Chocolate Mint Day. This 19th of February, National Whippet Day. That's the breed of dog. When I was younger, a whippet was a different thing. But that's neither here nor there. It is National Veteran Women's Rock Day. And finally, it is the birthday of the U.S. Coast Guard Reserve. So salute to all of our military. Notable birthdays today. 1473, Nicholas Copernicus was born, or in other words, the astronomer who theorized the planets revolve around the sun. Smokey Robinson, born in 1940 on this date. And finally, the NFL commissioner, Roger Goodell, born on this date, 1959. All right, coming up in a bit, we've got the Wayback Machine warmed up. Interesting events taking place on this date in history. Thanks to Dingbat. First, a news break. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
We share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
He gets it done. He's a leader. Yeah. He really is. He gets it done.
President Trump speaking about Elon Musk on Fox News this evening, where Trump credited Musk with implementing many executive orders he has signed since taking office again. Trump said a lot of his executive orders would be ordered into law, and Musk worked with his group of people at Doge, who he referred to as geniuses, to get things done. Musk said the assassination attempt on Trump in July only sped up the process of endorsing Trump. Musk also added that he felt that if the president's will isn't being represented, then the will of the people is not being represented either. Vivek Ramaswamy is expected to launch his run for Ohio governor next week.
The former Republican presidential candidate filed campaign paperwork over the weekend. He would run against Ohio Attorney General Dave Yost in the GOP primary race to replace current Republican Governor Mike DeWine. Ramaswamy appears to be a front-runner for the seat, given his wide recognition after his presidential run and having brought on some of Vice President Vance's top advisors. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
New York City Mayor Eric Adams stirred up some more controversy yesterday.
It happened when he invoked Adolf Hitler's book while defending himself against calls to resign.
I remember listening to some of Dr. King's teaching, and he talked about the book Mein Kampf. And he indicated if you tell a lie long enough, loud enough, people would tend to believe it's true.
Mayor Adams spoke at an event in Brooklyn as 4 deputy NYC mayors announced their resignations over the Justice Department's controversial decision to dismiss federal corruption charges against him. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Wall Street closed higher.
Stocks wavered as global trade fears and inflation worries weighed on markets. At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 10 points, the S&P 500 rose 15 points, and the Nasdaq gained 14 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MetaShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MetaShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Senator Adam Schiff is advocating for a two-state solution to end the war between Israel and Hamas.
I believe that ultimately the way to a lasting peace will require 2 states.
The California Democrat says it's unclear what a two-state solution would look like, but he says Hamas should not be permitted to take part in the government of Palestine. Homeland Security and the FAA are just a couple of federal agencies laying off employees. Iowa Senator Chuck Grassley says it's time to think about those who are now out of a job.
Congress can't do anything except complain about it. This is an executive branch decision. I think we have to have sympathy and understanding for people that are laid off.
He says the president has the constitutional right to determine who does or does not work for the executive branch. The top official at the Social Security Administration is stepping down after a disagreement with DOJ.
Michelle King resigned after refusing a request from DOJ to access sensitive government records at the agency. The information reportedly dealt with Americans' bank info, social security numbers, marital status, and date of birth. President Trump has appointed Leland Dudek, a manager in charge of Social Security's anti-fraud office, as acting commissioner. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Southwest Airlines is cutting 15% of their corporate workforce. This is the airline's first mass layoff in the company's history and will affect around 1,750 employees in leadership roles, some of them senior positions. The airline says the move is part of an effort to cut costs. Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
As a doctor, I've seen too many women with breast cancer who could have avoided extensive treatment or even death had they just gotten an annual mammogram. Every major medical organization experienced in breast cancer recommends annual mammograms for women 40 and older. Please, if you're 40 or older, get a mammogram every year. If you have a family history or other risk factors, talk to your doctor about what's right for you. To find an accredited center, visit mammography-saves-lives.org.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night.
but instead you've got Steve Sommers. It's the Overnight Drive.
Back at it. Where we leave off? Gary said, the older I get, the more I hate winter. I'm right there with you, brother. Norman says, I ain't been outside for 2 days. But looks like we're talking like maybe warming up into the 50s next week. Now, you talk about a heat wave. All right. Yeah, Roy said same here. Talking about maybe getting close to 50 next week. That's really in northern Illinois. Okay, we'll see. In regards to the seatbelt discussion, Roki pulled up a report from the Dayton Daily News, which said the Springfield, Ohio school bus rollover crash in which an 11-year-old boy died did not have seatbelts. That particular incident occurred on the first day of school. Wow. He then went on to pull up a report from the Cincinnati Enquirer stating Ohio will not mandate seatbelts on school buses. A group formed after the 11-year-old perished. So they had the discussions, I guess. A lot of talk, the pros, the cons. All right, let's get back to Philip. Yeah, we missed Philip yesterday morning. Good to have you on board. What's happening out there?
Oh, not much, man. Just going down I-4 here, hanging out in the right lane.
Don't run into any alligators.
Yeah, no alligators. Well, you know what, Steve? I found out a little bit more about that story following that day. Came out to the old Honda on the way home. Figured I'd check it, with daylight.
Yeah.
The afternoon, and I must have ran over something that pierced it because on the passenger side, underneath the door, the main rail that runs the length of the car, something went up in there and put a hole in it. So evidently, I must have run over something that come up in there and pierced that rail on the right hand side. So,
wow.
If that's all I got, I'm good to go, man. It is what it is. Running down I-4 here, and people throw junk off, and there's road hazards you can't see sometimes. And this little car sits so low that I have to be really careful about where I even go into like a bank or I go into a shopping, any areas or any kind of elevated areas I can bottom out on, because this little car is it's just really low. But getting to that school bus thing there, they just had something down here that was pretty interesting. I never thought about this ever. They had a child that stepped off a school bus in Orange County. It's been about 2 years ago, and he had a ball in his hand, and he dropped the ball underneath the bus. Well, he went underneath the bus and got his ball out. Well, the bus driver saw that everything was clear, didn't see nobody, and pulled off and ran over the child, and he perished. But Orange County has implemented it where they have a sensor system underneath their buses that will alert the driver if there's anything that's underneath the bus that could, possibly any kind of obstructions or anything underneath the bus that could cause, it could run over. So that's something else that these school buses, they're getting a lot of technology into them. And when I saw that story, I was like, wow, that's pretty interesting. We got all this collision avoidance stuff, and just something simple as, a child going underneath the bus to retrieve a ball and run over the child. It amazes me. And, but yeah, last night I was on hold, I think it was about 45 minutes yesterday. And, I had to get off because, I had an early start yesterday. I had to get into work, but, I got to answer a question that somebody was asking yesterday. Eagle was asking, he couldn't understand why that airplane flipped over up there in Canada, that one in Toronto. Did you get that video I sent you, Steve?
Yes.
You too?
Yeah, it was definitely a hard landing, right? Looks like enough to just, collapse the landing gear.
Yeah, so to make it a long story short, when an airplane comes in, it has wind hitting it from all over the place. And what happened in Canada was they had a 35 mile an hour wind, 35 knots, excuse me. It's about a 40 mile an hour wind. Okay, and it was a crosswind. And what that means is the wind's going across the runway. Instead of running parallel with the runway, the wind is actually going at an angle across the the runway. So that means the airplane has to kind of turn sideways to ride it in. Okay, well, you'll see this a lot. These guys will come into an airport and the airplane will be looking like it's going sideways, but it's crabbing, but they can straighten it out and land it. That's something that a computer hasn't figured out how to do yet. They're still trying to figure that one out. But nonetheless, one of the wings, either the left one or the right one, it doesn't matter, hit the ground, broke off. When that happened, the airplane went straight up, meaning the wing went straight up in the air and caused it to rotate. And it's like a corkscrew. It just rotates, and it ripped off the other wing, and that's how the plane ended up upside down. And it's just physics, the way it works, and that's how that airplane ended up upside down. The one in Somalia that they showed in that video I sent you, that was a really good explanation of it. Mm-hmm. And it was the same kind of crash. It was about the same size airplane, pretty close. There's one thing that you guys brought up, Steve. You remember you were talking yesterday about the plane that crashed in Denver in the 1980s.
Correct.
Okay, that was flight 1713. It crashed in Denver on takeoff. Okay, and I'm just going to give you guys a little story on that plane. Okay, 2 months before that crash, that airplane went through Melbourne Airport in Melbourne, Florida. Okay? We fueled that airplane, we sumped it, and me and another flight lineman, two of us had to verify it on that airplane. That airplane had water in the fuel. Okay? We sucked out a gallon of water before we got to the fuel, and then when we got to the fuel, we sucked out 5 more gallons of fuel that had water in it. So when we found that on that airplane, we sumped it, we put it in a pump, we pumped it through a filter, and they have what they call a millipore filter that tells you that fuel is contaminated. We put it through that, we documented it, we submitted it to the pilots. The pilots signed off on the airplane to go. They had us even pull more fuel out to make sure we were getting straight fuel instead of water and fuel. And they took the airplane and left. Now, was that airplane on takeoff, you think it had a water problem? It might have, but it was a de-icing problem is what they said in the final report, that the plane had not been de-iced correctly. Now, just to show you how that people don't understand how much things are checked in detail with airplanes, they came to us 2 months after the accident in the investigation and said, we see that you guys documented this airplane had water in it. I pulled all the paperwork out, give them the millipore filter, the FAA took the millipore filter, whatever happened, happened. But that just goes to show you with that airplane how much things are documented on these aircraft and how things are with the FAA. So that investigation, I had to sit down with the FAA guys and tell them the whole backstory of when we fueled it and when we took care of it. And every time that a plane takes off, a pilot has to sign for that airplane when it's been serviced, Steve. Did you know that?
I was not aware, no.
Yes, every time that an airline plane takes off, any aircraft that's involved with hauling anybody or even freight, and it's assigned to a flight, that pilot, the captain of that plane, signs for that flight. Okay? If he sees anything that's wrong with that airplane, he can down it right there. He can say, I'm not signing off on it, and they're going to have to figure out what's going on with it. And a lot of people don't understand that. And a lot of people are saying, well, they just let it go. No, they don't just let it go. It's a big deal. It's a pretty serious business when you're hauling people on an airplane.
Sure.
And nonetheless, when you're hauling freight on an airplane. I mean, an airplane, if it loses its balance at any given time, it can crash. And I don't care if it's on takeoff. I don't care if it's on landing. I don't care if it's in the air just straight up flying. When you lose that center of gravity on that plane, you're done. I mean, that's all there is to it. And that airplane in Toronto was the same deal. He was coming in. He caught a crosswind, 40-mile-an-hour wind, Steve. Now, 40-mile-an-hour wind is hot. And then plus you got iced-up runways. That was another thing that they need to look at, because when all those folks stepped off that airplane, there was a lot of ice on that damn ground.
Yep.
I mean, a lot of ice. You can see it in the video. Now, that situation, in my opinion, I think the Toronto airport might be held accountable for that, because that was a no-go situation. Now, could the controllers be held at that? I'm not sure, because they make the decision. And also, that's another thing that a lot of people don't understand. The pilot makes the decision to come in. They tell them the weather conditions. They tell them that they can come in from the airport, and then the pilot makes the final decision to come in and land. You know, and I'm hearing rumblings too, Steve. I don't know if you heard about it, that helicopter might have missed a communication in Washington, D.C., that one with D.C. Did you hear anything about that they might have missed a communication about that airplane?
I had not heard any updates here in probably about 2 weeks.
Yeah, the last one that I heard was that there possibly might have, we went through all the radio between the controllers and the helicopter, and they think that there might have been a communication that the helicopter did not hear about that plane being on final coming in. And that's one of the things that they're looking at as well. And they're also looking at the way things are streamlined with the communication between the military and the controllers. So just something to look at. And Steve, did I see an aircraft carrier, one of our aircraft carriers got into an accident with another ship? Did you hear about that?
Yeah, last week. That is correct, over some port in Egypt, I think it was. Yeah.
Yeah, I heard they were going in the Suez Canal, I think it is, over there, and it hit a freighter or another ship, and that's some scary stuff there, man. I'll tell you. And a lot of these aircraft accidents that are happening now, it's just one of those things. It goes in stages and cycles. You know, everybody does the best they can in the industry to do what they can to keep those planes flying. You think trucks are underneath the NEOP and all that stuff, man. Those guys in the airlines, between the pilots, the flight attendants, and the ground service folks, they are on the knife at any given time, because those airplanes have got to keep moving. Now, we take advantage of driving a truck out there. A lot of guys do, you know, you can go when you want to go. When an airplane, it doesn't work that way. You've got a time to be in the sky and a time to be out of the sky. And if you don't make that time, somebody's got to answer to the federal government about that. That's the way it works. And there ain't no games played with it. You know, and a lot of times you gotta get that stuff going and keep things going. I mean, after I was born, okay, it was built in '68. Now that accident happened in 1987, so that airplane was almost 20 years old at that time, flying, and I don't know how many thousands of hours it had on it, and all the cycles and stuff. And I appreciate what you were saying about the wings breaking off on an airplane. The way the wings are designed on an airplane, there's a bar that runs up the middle of the airplane called a spar. And that spar is meant to hold the wings on if they're either pinned or bolted on. And depending on the design, they're made to break off. And what you saw at that Toronto crash is exactly what's supposed to happen. The fuel is in the wings. That's where most of the fuel is. Sometimes they're in the fuselage, but most of the fuel is in the wings, and that's what caused the fire, was the wings. And I think that's what saved a lot of those folks. A lot of those folks, if that fuselage had more tanks in it, and they had loaded it up with fuel like the big 747s, and those big planes have more fuel in the middle. But something like that happened, that would have been devastating. There have been a lot of people killed in that crash. So that's all I got today, buddy. I appreciate you having me, and we'll catch you later.
All right. It was interesting how they explained that by design, I guess if the wings are attached super solid, not designed to break loose, they would be ripping open the hull of the cabin there, possibly ripping people out strapped to their seats and things of that nature. Everything worked to design in that particular incident.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
All right, there's Sergeant MacGyver joining us here Hump Day morning.
Good morning, Steve. So I want to talk about pencil neck geek Adam Schiff, but before I do that, just a couple of things. Personally, and I think it bears out statistically, I'm going to side with putting seat belts on the buses. And as far as this aviation, I agree with Philip. It's like we have years of great safety records, and all of a sudden the oops, uh-ohs, and the stupidity starts. But the one thing about airports that really I never understood is why don't they have heated runways? I found when my father had passed away, I inherited a Handyman series books dated 1963. And they had a heated driveway design in them back then. So I fail to understand, especially in today's technology, why we don't have heated runways. It just makes no sense to me. But I'll digress. I'm just not a very smart, I'm just a dumb old truck driver. So moving on to politics, one of my favorite subjects, pencil neck Adam Schiff, he's touting this two-state solution, which we know that's not going to work, and thank God Trump is not going to let that happen. Not going to go back and waste time with that crap. These Democrats are amazing about perpetuating frauds. They perpetuated all these votes allegedly in the inner cities, which they don't exist, allowed them to cheat. You know, they get California pass this law where it's against the law to check someone's identity or verify their ID to vote. It just amazes me. And all the fraud, of course, that DOJ is finding in these agencies. But I wanted to tell you and the listening folks out there about a story that has just been totally ignored and buried by the liberal legacy media about Adam Schiff. The great Governor Mike Huckabee, former Governor Huckabee, soon to be Ambassador to Israel, he had a Sunday evening show on Newsmax, rightfully named Huckabee. And about 2 or 3 weeks before the election, this last election that Trump and the Republicans did very well, he had a guest who was deep into mortgages, and she had uncovered 4 different felonies that Mr. Adam Schiff had committed in mortgage fraud to obtain a mortgage on a home he bought in Maryland. One of the main issues was that he was a representative, now he's a senator, God forbid, but out of California and with legal residency to California. But he had perpetuated this fraud that he was a resident of Maryland when he gets this mortgage for this house. And it's amazing. I can't remember the lady's name. I'm sorry, but I really hope that Trump, his Department of Justice, will dig a little into Mr. Adam Schiff's business, because I'm sure they can find there's wrongdoing there, especially with all the lies he had perpetuated against Trump and other Republicans. This guy's dirty, and he just tries to push off the spotlight on others. So with that, I'll let you get some more intelligent folks than me to call in. Thanks so much for taking my call.
All right. Thank you so much, Sergeant MacGyver. All right. So, hey, we'll look for an intelligent caller. 844-844-3388. Who fits the category? Okay. Multiple news outlets reporting the CIA is now stepping up drone flights over Mexico. The currently unarmed flights are said to be searching for fentanyl labs run by the Mexican cartels, which have now been designated by President Trump as foreign terrorist organizations. One U.S. official says these flights are going well into sovereign Mexico. Now, the flights reportedly began during the Biden administration, but were stepped up by CIA Director John Ratcliffe after President Trump made that foreign terrorist designation. More on that coming up.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A federal judge is declining a request from 14 attorneys general to temporarily ban Elon Musk from accessing data at 7 federal agencies. 14 states have requested a restraining order to block Musk's Department of Government Efficiency from firing employees and gaining access to sensitive records. Hundreds of CDC disease detectors have been fired in another DOJ downsizing move.
They got their walking papers by email Saturday night, those emails citing poor performance, even though most of the CDC researchers who were purged had excellent performance records. DOJ had told the CDC it planned to eliminate 10% of its staff and that more terminations are coming. The CDC is responsible for protecting our nation against dangerous disease threats and responding quickly when they do arise. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch, and nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
The rest of the story on the cartels. Is the U.S. about to begin shock and awe when it comes to the Mexican cartels? It kind of sounds that way, but hey, Shorty sent me a story here a few minutes ago. We just spoke to Philip, and I had not seen that yet, or ought to ask him about it. A report says SpaceX has pulled off an historic feat after launching a rocket into space from the coast of Florida and landing the rocket booster in another country. Tuesday's mission marked the first time a Falcon 9 landed on a drone ship off the coast of the Bahamas. Nearly 8 minutes after blasting off from Cape Canaveral, Florida, the Falcon 9's first stage booster landed on the Just Read the Instructions drone ship, stationed off the coast of the Bahamas in the Atlantic. This is the first time that a rocket has taken off from one country, gone to space, and landed in another. According to Elon Musk, The company said being able to land in the Bahamas allows Falcon 9 to maximize its performance by launching into a southeast trajectory from the Florida Space Coast. For instance, launching toward the southeast allows SpaceX to put additional satellites into orbit while also allowing the rockets to launch human spaceflight missions like FRAM-2, a polar orbit human spaceflight mission to explore Earth. They also said landing off the coast of the Bahamas provides greater winter weather for recovery options, which will allow the Falcon booster to continue providing rapid, reliable service for their many customers. It says the Falcon 9 used in Tuesday's mission was previously used to launch 8 astronauts to the space station, critical cargo and supplies to the orbital lab, and send over 200 Starlink satellites into orbit, among other things. Matter of fact, on Tuesday, the booster helped deliver another 23 Starlink satellites into orbit before it's making its return here to terrestrial Earth. How about that? That's pretty interesting. Hey, Russell, how the heck are you?
Oh, man, let me tell you, when it rains, it pours. I'm in the ER now. I'm wheezing and coughing. I was up in my wife's room, and staying with her, and now I'm sick. My wife's, she's going in the right direction, but she's been in and out of hospitals, and she was in a nursing home, and they had to bring her here to my Valley here in Dayton because her bladder was hurting real bad. They had to give her morphine. The lady at the facility put in the catheter wrong, wasn't getting no urine. When they brought her here, the nurse said, well, she put the catheter in wrong.
Oh, boy.
And the urine started, coming out, and they gave her morphine. That's how bad. I mean, she was above a 10 in pain.
Wow.
And everything. But they're going to run some more tests. She doesn't have a UTI. And I'm sorry my voice is shaking. I just got a breathing treatment a minute ago. But I want to ask y'all, I got my hours cut. And on my Facebook, I have a GoFundMe. And I don't know, there's a lot of people out there. It's not Facebook friends. So my name's Russell Z. Miller Jr. on Facebook. Would I be able to put that on your timeline, Steve? I mean, if you can, I understand why. I don't blame you not doing that.
Feel free, Russell. Yeah, sure, you can. I mean, your wife's been in and out of the hospital since like Thanksgiving, isn't it?
Yeah, and then I don't know if I just told them, I'm sorry, kind of out of it. I got my hours cut, so I'm barely making it above water. God has blessed us very well, and I'm not like Job. I'm not giving up, because I'm not going to turn my back on him because he hasn't turned our back on us, and we're staying above water, but it's getting kind of rough a little bit. But I did create a GoFundMe on my Facebook page, and you don't care if I put that on your timeline, Steve?
That's fine. Yeah, that's not a problem, Russell. You can do that.
I thought I'd ask you before I do that, but
absolutely,
I haven't been able to listen to your show and everything because of being in the house with my wife and stuff. But I was like, well, I'm here in the ER, and I'm going to listen to your show. Give you all a call. I haven't talked to y'all in a while.
It's been a while. Yeah.
Yeah. It's just like one thing after another, but I'm not gonna give up. I'm gonna stay strong. But you all take care, Steve, and I'm gonna talk to you later. Just keep my wife in your all's prayers.
Hopefully, you get to feeling better soon, and prayers for the wife. She's been through a lot. My. Okay, thinking about you. Okay, let me see. I mentioned Philip, and there he is. Welcome back.
Hey, buddy, how you doing? That deal with the Bahamas, basically what he did was with the Bahamas, they've always had when they took the barge out there to land the rockets, they've always had to avoid the Bahamian water space. So they couldn't be in the Bahamas with any of those barges. So what happened was last year, he started negotiating with the Bahamian government, and they've let him bring the barges in now, and he can actually use their ports as well. So think about this, Steve. You got a hurricane that's coming down on us. And if it's coming down on us, they have a place now they can take the booster and put it there just to, hold it there.
Yeah.
And then they can bring it back to Florida after the hurricane passes. There's a lot of things. This is pretty much a win-win situation for Elon and the Bahamas because, he's paying the Bahamas as well as, he's ensuring that if anything happens, he's going to take care of it. So, and some of the footage was right from the islands yesterday of it coming down. They had footage coming right off of one of the islands where it came down, right by it.
How about that?
It was like literally right off of the island. Yeah, it's a big deal for Elon. And what's nice about it is now he can shoot his rockets more south. So usually when Elon shoots, he mostly shoots north and east.
Mm-hmm.
And they shoot south and east, but they don't shoot. They have to avoid. They have certain agreements with certain countries to fly over. All right, so it isn't like when they fly a plan that they're going to shoot a rocket. They need to go from point A to point B. They're going to be going over a bunch of when burned up. That there was a big FAA. The FAA's inspecting him. Well, that's the normal thing that they do. But when you're going over countries, not states, but countries, it's a different deal. You have to let them know, hey, we're going to be flying a rocket over your country. It isn't like you just shoot it and that's it. No. They have to control the airspace. There's a lot of things that go on to make that flight happen. So, but hey, kudos for him. He got the Bahamian people on his side. And the caller that called in and talked about a heated runway, here's the problem with a heated runway. When an airplane comes down, it's a lot of weight coming on, a lot of force on that runway when it hits.
Right.
Okay? And if you have a rough runway, a rough landing, you hit really hard, there is a possibility you could crack the runway. Now, those runways, to put you in perspective, a roadbed is probably 2 feet, Steve? 2 feet thick, something like that. A runway, there's one for the space shuttle out there at Kennedy Space Center. That runway is 4.5 foot thick. So you have to make sure that runway can go thick enough, and then putting more stuff like that is just adding up cost. I mean, that's a lot. When it boils down to it, it's all about money. There's a lot of things out there that we can do, but it costs money. And when the airplanes come down and they hit hard, if they bust something, then you have something that you have to fix. The airport authorities, they have to maintain them runways just like they maintain anything else. Just like a roadway, you're riding your car on a roadway, same process. They have to maintain it. And it's an expensive proposition. I mean, it can be done either with electricity and heat elements, or it could be with water tubes, putting water through it and causing to melt the ice and the snow. So, I mean, it could be done, but it's a very costly, expensive. And it's also, could it be feasible with an airplane hitting it at 200 miles an hour? When you got a 747 that has 150,000 pounds of freight on it, and it comes down and weighs probably close to, 1.5 million pounds when you're hitting the ground. I mean, that's a lot of weight coming onto a piece of concrete or asphalt. So, just food for thought there, buddy. I'll talk to y'all later, buddy. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Thanks for ringing us back up there. Very good. So, all right, clear lines at 844-844-3388. Now, back to these drone flights. A couple of weeks ago, we had some reports of some spy planes, like manned spy planes, making flights around Baja California, but they have the ability to see things way far away. Now, in this case, the reports are these flights, at the moment, they say, are not authorized to use lethal force. The CIA officers are gathering the intelligence data and supposedly passing it along to Mexican officials, according to the New York Times. Now, this past day, CNN reported that the CIA is flying MQ-9 Reaper drones, drones equipped to deliver lethal payloads, but at the moment are not armed, they say. Now, the MQ-9 used for the missions, they can be equipped with payloads to carry out precision strikes. We use them regularly when we target suspected terrorists in the likes of Syria, Iraq, or Somalia. Some current and former officials say designating the cartels as terrorist groups could potentially lay the groundwork for direct U.S. strikes against the cartels and their drug labs in Mexico. It is not clear if the U.S. notified Mexico of the surveillance flights. Back on February 13, Breitbart, Texas, reported that the Department of State was expected to designate certain factions of the Mexican cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. These include the Sinaloa Cartel, the Cartel Jalisco New Generation, the Gulf Cartel, what is known as the Cartel de Norte faction of Los Zetas, the Northeast Cartel, the Cartels Unidos, and the Familia Mohican, all to be named as foreign terrorist organizations. Now, that official designation is reported to be published here today, February 19th, Wednesday. Ortiz wrote that Breitbart Texas and Breitbart News Foundation have reported extensively on the Gulf Cartel, the reign of terror they've unleashed on northern Mexico, and the protection that they received from the government there, as well as even Mexico's federal government. In addition to mass killings, widespread kidnapping, and torture, each of the 6 cartels has also been linked to the indiscriminate use of explosives, and some of them to use landmines to protect their territories. All of these organizations have a long history of receiving government protection as well as legal protection, with Mexican judges routinely releasing captured cartel figures. It appears the government of Mexico is denying overflights in Mexican airspace. Mexico's defense minister says we cannot rule out espionage because we do not know exactly what was done. However, they did not violate national airspace. Now, that was a statement last week. The CIA did not publicly address the issue of Mexican airspace, but a spokesperson stating countering the drug cartels in Mexico and regionally is a priority for CIA as part of the Trump administration's broader efforts to end the grave threat from their drug trafficking. And John Ratcliffe is determined to put CIA's unique expertise to work against this multifaceted challenge. Separately, this past day, Tom Homan kind of confirming we are working on maybe striking cartels in Mexico, with President Trump declaring those cartels foreign terrorist organizations, technically on his first day in office. And now the border czar, Tom Homan, says there are active discussions about U.S. military strikes on terrorist targets in Mexico. Homan, speaking Monday night on Newsmax, says, quote, "That's something we are working on now. It is talk on the table, not actively a military strike plan in the works. While striking a target in Mexico will also require work with the Mexican government and its military." Homan suggested there might be an override over fair warning if American Border Patrol agents are under an active threat, which technically they are, because, what was it, a couple of weeks ago, word came down that the cartels had authorized lethal drone strikes on our Border Patrol agents and law enforcement on the southern border there. Homan went on to say, I can tell you President Trump has made Mexico cartels who put a death threat against our agents or our military if they harm a Border Patrol agent or the military. President Trump will wipe them off the face of the earth, he said. Thus far, Trump is not likely to overstep with military action, barring some imminent threat, because relations are in a pretty good spot right now. I think the president has them where he wants them. They've now put military on their northern border and our southern border. They're now beginning to participate in the Remain in Mexico policy. Of course, President Trump demanding they take action. We are monitoring them. Yeah, President Trump, he's a game changer, you know. President Trump has already got Mexico where he wants them. He's going to force more out of them here in the near future, he says. It is 844-844-3388. Rolling into Hump Day, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Mentioned earlier the uncertainty. What is the future going to be for the electric vehicle manufacturers? According to J.D. Power's report, the electric vehicle retail share is expected to stay at about 9% through 2025. That despite rapid growth in the past few years. In 2021, electric vehicle sales accounted for 3.5% of all vehicle sales. In just 2 years, that share jumped to 8.4%. Most of the growth has been in the mainstream market. Electric vehicles were initially offered by more premium brands. Of course, in recent years, you've got Chevrolet, Ford, Honda, Hyundai, Kia, placing a higher emphasis on the EV market. But a lot of that was based on government mandates. Now, electric vehicle sales are expected to pick back up. The report projects sales will increase to nearly 12% next year. That's 2026, and 26% by the year 2030. Now, although that's a big jump, that's well below the 50% sales target set by Joe Biden in that executive order signed in his first year in office. California still reigns in total electric vehicle adoption. Yeah, sales actually dipped slightly in the Golden State last year. On the other hand, there was fairly significant growth in New York, Florida, Colorado, Michigan, and Texas. But Donald Trump's approach to climate, economic, and infrastructure policies, that's behind the expected hesitation to buy electric vehicles. J.D. Power says these policies, they believe, will disincentivize Americans to replace the internal combustion engine vehicle with cleaner technology. On day one, of course, Trump signed the executive order establishing a policy to eliminate the electric vehicle mandate. That prompted the Department of Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy to direct the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration to roll back the stricter fuel economy standards. Last Friday, February 14, the Environmental Protection Agency announced they're going to let Congress decide the ultimate fate of the 3 California vehicle emission rules. We touched on that pretty in-depth last evening. That's the Advanced Clean Cars 2, the Advanced Clean Trucks, and the Heavy-Duty Omnibus Regulation. Yeah, those rules were expected to significantly thrust electric vehicle adoption by requiring a certain percentage of sales over several years' time. So again, Congress is going to be making that determination at some point in time. And if Congress acts on it, these other agencies like the EPA cannot try to reinduce an identical or even similar order.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A federal judge in Seattle has sentenced a man convicted of sexually assaulting an 18-year-old girl on a plane to prison.
In 2024, Justin Baker was on a flight from California to Seattle. He was sitting in the middle seat, and the victim was to his right next to the window. He showed her sexually explicit text messages and groped her under a jacket. When she tried to leave, he pulled her back into her seat. She eventually got help, and Baker was arrested. He was convicted by a jury and sentenced to the maximum of 2 years in prison. I'm Brad Ford.
board. Oklahoma lawmakers are considering a bill that would require a reason for voting by absentee ballot. Bill author Representative Molly Jenkins told the House Elections and Ethics Committee that the rationale for voting absentee is important information that voters should have to reveal.
This is simply a measure that will allow us the opportunity to make sure that people are being responsible.
If the bill becomes law, voters requesting an absentee ballot would have to check a box on a list of reasons for voting absentee. New York's Attorney General is condemning cuts to the World Trade Center health program.
Letitia James is calling the reported 20% staff cuts reckless and cruel and says it'll undermine efforts to help patients. The World Trade Center health program provides medical treatment for 132,000 first responders, survivors, and others who lived or worked in Lower Manhattan on 9/11 when terrorists flew jets into the Twin Towers. James calls the cuts unacceptable and says they must be reversed. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
Gas prices are on the rise again. While the average across the nation is $3.16 a gallon,
people in California are paying much more, around $4.84, according to AAA. With spring around the corner, gas companies are beginning to switch to a different type of fuel intended for summer, which typically leads to higher prices. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
A Northern California man has been arrested for running an illegal operation to make and assemble assault weapons in his garage.
Seized 8 assault rifles, a silencer, numerous other handguns, rifles, disassembled rifles, firearm parts, large capacity magazines, and ammunition.
The investigation began when the suspect was caught trying to sell assault weapons at gun shows. He now faces felony charges. Anti-Semitism is peaking at an alarming rate in the U.S., with the latest annual survey of American Jews reporting 1/3 have been targeted in person or online in the past year.
Former Congressman Ted Deutsch, CEO of the American Jewish Committee, says that's led to 56% saying they've changed their behavior in fear.
That's a decision that people make to not go somewhere, to think about what they're wearing, what they say, so that people don't know that they're Jewish.
More than 3/4 of Jewish Americans say they feel less safe since the October 7th attack on Israel. I'm Brian Shook.
Egg prices continue to soar.
Wholesale egg prices jumped 40 cents over the last 30 days. That means a dozen eggs cost distributors $7.44. That has yet to be fully passed down to consumers, with the national average price for a dozen eggs hitting $4.95 in January. That's expected to climb with shortages continuing and distributors passing down the rising costs to shoppers. The rising number of bird flu cases is being blamed for ongoing egg shortages. I'm Matt Mattinson.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
If something costs less, but people are happier with it, maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied. The customer satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. Here's the number you need. 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
As we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Hey, welcome in. We call it Hump Day. We're halfway there. We start looking toward the weekend, but we got a ways to go to get there, right? Where's old Doc Holliday been? Saw he made a post here a couple of days ago. And it brought to mind, I was kind of questioning it. I shared a video, one of those pile-ups taking place out on the snow-covered, icy interstates. One truck driver that was able to safely come to a stop in the right lane, but then there's other trucks blowing past him in the high-speed lane, and they're wrecking. And he grabs his CB and he starts hollering, hey, we're wrecking. Everybody stop. 116, the mile marker, obviously, trying to tell. So does anybody listen to the CB anymore to catch that? Is it still considered a safety device? It just seems like when you have, and I think Eagle brought it up last evening, the pile up. How do 16 commercial vehicles end up all coming together in that tunnel there in Green River, Wyoming? 16 big trucks. And amazingly, just one of those truck drivers perished in there. What Doc Holliday shared a couple days, sends a photograph. He's got his new CB radio. He said, I got my radio set right. I was talking to Eagle Mountain, Texas, from Waterloo, New York this morning. Now, that's what we truckers call fire in the wire when you can talk 2,000 miles. I don't know what he's running. Somebody said, you must be running a watt thumper. Yeah, that, or maybe, I don't know, do you get a skip, kind of like you do with your AM frequencies? All right. Real quick, with clear lines at 844-844-3388. We left off talking about the electric vehicle mandate, some of the uncertainty. Trump's executive order signed on day one also called for the pausing of funding for electric vehicle charging stations that had been made available through the National Electric Vehicle Infrastructure Program and the Charging and Fueling Infrastructure Discretionary Grant Program. Those investments and Investment and Jobs Act programs had allocated $7.5 billion where they were supposed to build out this nationwide network of 500,000 electric vehicle chargers. The lack of charging has been a major pain point for adopting electric vehicles. Another concern among consumers is the price of electric vehicles, which tends to be higher than the internal combustion engine. Since 2009, there has been a federal tax credit up to $7,500 for the purchase of a new electric vehicle. Now, on February 12th here, just a few days ago, Senator John Barrasso of Wyoming introduced the Eliminating Lavish Incentives to Electric Vehicles Act, ELITE for short, which would repeal that tax credit. According to J.D. Power, Yeah, those incentives have made the average cost of electric vehicles about $1,000 less than that of gas-powered vehicles. Then you've got tariffs, which could potentially increase the already high cost of electric vehicles. With the tariffs on Canada and Mexico currently on hold, a 10% tariff on Chinese imports is in place. And last week, Trump imposed a 25% tariff on steel and aluminum imports. Now, we see that the president's kind of doubled down. Here's what we found just yesterday. President Trump said on Tuesday, auto tariffs will be about 25%, and he'll have more to share on that topic April 2nd. Friday, Trump said levies on automobiles would come as soon as that date, the day after members of his cabinet are due to deliver reports to him outlining the options for a range of import duties. As he seeks to reshape global trade, Trump has long pointed to what he calls unfair treatment of the U.S. automotive exports in foreign markets. The European Union, for instance, collects a 10% tariff on vehicle imports, 4 times the U.S. passenger car tariff of 2.5%. Now, the U.S. does collect a 25% tariff on the highly profitable imported pickup trucks. Trump this past day also said sectoral tariffs on pharmaceuticals and semiconductor chips could also likely start at 25% come April, with at least some of them rising afterwards over the course of a year. Since his inauguration, Trump has imposed a 10% tariff on all imports from China on top of existing levels. He also announced, of course, and then delayed for 30 days, the 25% tariff on goods from Mexico and non-energy imports from Canada. He also has set a March 12th start date for that 25% tariff on all imported steel and aluminum. Just last week, he directed his economic team to devise plans for reciprocal tariffs on every country that taxes U.S. imports. So tit for tat, whatever they're going to charge us, we are going to charge them. Nothing more, nothing less. He said that's fair trade. So some of the updates there. All right, meanwhile, other industry headlines. Discussion of the automatic emergency braking systems on heavy-duty trucks. Are they ready for a national mandate? One member of Congress in a recent House subcommittee hearing says they are not. The House Highways and Transit Subcommittee hearing last Wednesday focused on several trucking issues, including efforts to require automatic emergency braking and electronic stability control on all new vehicles, anything weighing more than 10,000 pounds. Representative Mike Collins, who owns a trucking company, says he tried the technology before determining it was not safe from someone who runs a little over 100 trucks. I've tried those automatic braking systems, and we pulled them. They are not fail-proof. If you're ever in a truck going 65 miles per hour down the interstate loaded with 80,000 pounds gross, and your truck just all of a sudden slams on the brakes and there's no reason other than the bridge ahead or the construction flashing sign, then you'll understand these things are not fail-proof. And we don't need them mandated until they are. Because the car behind you, they don't know why you're slamming on the brakes either. People don't understand these things are actually hurting more than they're helping right now, in his opinion. Now, in 2023, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the FMCSA issued that joint proposal to require automatic emergency braking on heavy vehicles. That proposal calls for Class 7 and 8 vehicles weighing more than 26,000 pounds to be required to meet the AEB standards 3 years after the rule takes effect. Classes 3 through 6, that's 10,000 pounds to 26,000, would be required to meet that AEB and electronic stability requirement in 4 years. Small volume manufacturers would have until 5 years after the final rule took effect. They did say there would not be any retrofit requirements with existing heavy vehicles. Now, the latest regulatory agenda update said the final rule was scheduled to be released sometime early this year. But we have a new administration now. It's unclear how the DOP is going to proceed here. Opponents of the mandate often point to those false activations. Truckers have said the emergency brakes can go off from the shadow of a bridge overpass or maybe a guardrail while they're driving safely along a curve. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration actually launched an investigation into these braking systems in May of 23 on certain Freightliner and Western Star trucks. 18 individual complaints of false activation when there was nothing actually, no obstacle in the road. In some instances, the false activation brought the truck to a complete stop in the travel lane. As of this past Friday, February 14, that investigation is still open. Some of the trucking safety groups, like Advocates for Highway and Auto Safety, have said that automatic emergency brakes reduce the speed at the moment of impact, leading to a reduced crash severity. Now, they've argued for an automatic braking mandate on heavy vehicles. They say they're crunching the numbers. It would prevent more than 19,000 crashes, 115 fatalities, and more than 8,800 injuries annually. How they come up with those numbers, I don't know, but 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
All right, on a hump day. I don't know, everybody hunkered down out there in our big winter storm. I kind of refresh, get the latest radar update, see how much expansion we've seen over the last several hours as our big storm's ramping up there in the eastern states, tapping into that Gulf of Mexico moisture. Some heavy snow coming into play. Hey, good morning, Daryl. What's happening out there?
Good morning, Steve. How's the family and how's Stryker?
No complaints on this end. Everybody doing well. How about, how's Daryl doing?
I'm telling you, about to freeze to death after that 100-degree weather in El Salvador and going swimming in the Pacific Ocean. I wonder why I came back to this iceberg of Ohio.
14 at this hour.
I enjoy your and Philip's give and take on the rocket ships. I was in Cape Canaveral, Florida, whenever John Glenn made his first shoot up into the sky. And I remember taking a tour, and we went by these different places where they'd had rockets go up in the air, and the buildings were still there from the first one and the second one and the third one, and I asked them why, and they said when the next rocket ship went up, all the computers and wiring in that first building were obsolete. And then when they sent up the third one, all the stuff in the second building were obsolete.
Really?
And when you talked about the rocket coming down in the Bahamas on the ship, I wondered how much had gone obsolete since he started shooting those satellites up in the air.
Well, I do know they've got two different iterations of those Starlinks, already at this point. I guess they had their original version, and now they've made a smaller version.
Well, at one time he was going to send 25,000 of those up in the sky. I wonder how many is up there now. Do you have any idea?
I believe he's somewhere at 5,000, maybe more.
And they use those over there they use them around the world to let people stay in touch. I had good Wi-Fi service whenever I was in El Salvador. And he has opened up the world to Wi-Fi with those satellites. You say Doc Holliday contacted you from somewhere with his CV?
Well, he didn't.
Or telling you about his CV?
He didn't. He made a post on Facebook. He didn't actually contact me, but he's still out there. He's been running up in New York. I mean, I do see his post. Running in the snow week after week. Another snowstorm.
Well, the last I heard from Doc Holliday, he had just pulled into Las Vegas, Nevada, was going to stay 2 days, and I wondered if he ever got out of there with any money in his pocketbook.
Yeah, probably stayed a lot longer than 2 days. I don't know.
He was a big-time gambler, and he said he was successful at it, but I always wondered about that. How is the new puppy coming along that Steve has?
Both, his and ours both growing like a weed. I can't believe how fast these things grow.
And I bet you they eat better each day, don't they?
Yeah, and the cost of pet food isn't cheap either.
I want to know if you have bought a dozen of eggs this week.
Yeah, day before yesterday, $5.99 for a dozen. $5.99. Yep.
I went to Kroger's. They was $7.49. I said, I don't like eggs this much. I'm not going to buy one. And in the country, I grew up northeast Arkansas, 12 miles from town. You borrowed eggs from a neighbor when you needed to make a cake or something and didn't have enough. I wonder if a neighbor would loan you an egg today.
Right.
That might be something to do. Go buy and borrow 4 or 5 from a neighbor.
I want you to,
it was interesting.
They want collateral on your automobile. Make sure you pay them back.
It makes you wonder if the egg farmers are not in on this some way or other. They never got over 99 cents for a dozen eggs, and all of a sudden they're getting $7.49. Somebody's making money, Steve.
No doubt.
And I understand Waffle House puts a 50-cent service charge on every egg they serve.
That's correct. Days. Yes, sir. Sure do.
I've got 5 gallons of golf balls, and I'm going to see if I can pass them off as Easter eggs.
be cheaper, yep. And they're talking about limiting the number. Yeah, whether it's a dozen or 2 dozen per visit, Costco, some of the other retailers. Yeah, I mentioned, I think it was 2 weeks ago, maybe 3, and I thought it was too good to be true at the time. Kroger had a special going on, like an 18-pack of eggs for $3.99. So I got 2 18-packs. Said, what a deal. But undoubtedly, yeah, as all the big retailers do this, your Walmarts, your Costco's, they'll pick an item from time to time that they'll mark the price way down. They'll actually lose money on every sale. But on that visit when I went into Kroger to purchase those 2 18-packs of eggs for $3.99 each, I spent well over $100 while in the store. They made their money back, and then some. It's just a gimmick to get you in. So after paying $3.99 for an 18-pack 2 weeks ago, maybe, day before yesterday, it was $5.99. That was an actual dozen, not an 18-pack. $5.99 for 12 eggs. Yeah, that translates into Waffles House 50-cent per egg surcharge. Exactly. All right, plenty of room for you. Kind of a quiet hump day at 844-844-3388. We'll get a news break and more to come. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A federal judge in Seattle has sentenced a man convicted of sexually assaulting an 18-year-old girl on a plane to prison.
In 2024, Justin Baker was on a flight from California to Seattle. He was sitting in the middle seat, and the victim was to his right next to the window. He showed her sexually explicit text messages and groped her under a jacket. When she tried to leave, he pulled her back into her seat. She eventually got help, and Baker was arrested. He was convicted by a jury and sentenced to the maximum of 2 years in prison. I'm Brad Ford.
Oklahoma lawmakers are considering a bill that would require a reason for voting by absentee ballot. Bill author Representative Molly Jenkins told the House Elections and Ethics Committee that the rationale for voting absentee is important information that voters should have to reveal.
This is simply a measure that will allow us the opportunity to make sure that people are being responsible.
If the bill becomes law, voters requesting an absentee ballot would have to check a box on the list of reasons for voting absentee. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into. And that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Sommers. It's the Overnight Drive.
All right, I haven't heard from Brain Dead this morning, not via Facebook or a live call-in. I just presume he's not running tonight. I don't think he checked in earlier. I have to go back, but Memphis is in the snow. I did a refresh on the radar. Yeah, we've seen a lot of fill-in as far as the snow coverage over the last several hours since we kicked things off at the midnight hour Eastern time. All the way over into Virginia, from north of Richmond to north of Roanoke, along that line. Has some snow breaking out through the heart of West Virginia. Is light to moderate snow in Charleston. Moderate snow, I'd call it, through much of Kentucky. You're pretty, nearly the entire state is socked in. Tennessee. All right, we look, snow is encroaching on the Knoxville area. Should be moving in within the hour. And there are some, what they call the enhanced bands. The dark blue that shows up on the radar, meaning it's coming down pretty heavy. And that is the case especially through the southern portions of Tennessee, northern Alabama, northwest Alabama, some heavy-duty snowfall coming down there. You get on back into Mississippi, northern portions of the state. Some areas, it's heavy snow. Other areas, you've got some sleet trying to mix in. You transition over to the heavy rains. They're in southern Mississippi, from Jackson. Jackson's got some showers. Man, oh man, torrential rains from Hattiesburg down to New Orleans, to Mobile, Alabama. As Brother Rambo would say, like a cow urinating on a rock, that putting it down. And some lighter returns showing up there in portions of southern Indiana, back into parts of Illinois. In some cases, some of it may not even be reaching the ground, just lighter snow, but I think you get the big picture. The storm is really ramping up. Yeah, I did a quick search there. Daryl asked, any idea how many Starlinks are up there? I was way behind. I said 5,000. It's nearly 7,000. As of January 30th, 2025, there were 6,994 Starlink satellites in orbit. 6,957 of them are working. Of course, the project to create that network of satellites for internet access, part of the constellation that SpaceX plans to refresh every 5 years with newer technology. When a Starlink satellite is decommissioned, it re-enters Earth's atmosphere, burning up. Amazingly, in January of this year, last month, January of 2020, I have 120 Starlink satellites burned up. That raises concerns about pollution, they say. But Starlink's goal is to provide internet access to hard-to-reach areas. They've said they could need as many as 42,000 satellites to offer full global service. 42,000? All right, so there you go. 6,994 currently circling the planet out there. All right, Horse Feathers, what do you say?
Thanks for taking me back, Your Honor. Listening to Daryl there talking about being down in Ecuador and swimming out there in that little body of water there to the west got me thinking a little bit. Do you think it's possible that President Trump, possibly by executive order, could possibly rename the Pacific Ocean the West American Ocean and rename the Atlantic Ocean the East American Ocean?
Hey, boy.
What do you think?
Uh-huh.
How do you think that would go? You think we could get that I think we ought to make that proposal to him. He might like that there, If we're going to have America great, we might as well have all the bodies of water named for America too, right? I'm just thinking.
Outside the box.
But, well, where else would I be? Your
That's
Honor?
it.
At
least you're consistent.
I am never contained, Your Honor. There's no keeping me in. But kind of like a bad penny too. There, you can't get rid of me, Your Honor. Always around. But I did want to state there that by no means was I advocating to not use seatbelts, but I do still feel that the seatbelt is still a personal choice and shouldn't be mandated. But anyways, that's part for another discussion. We'll probably get a couple more callers on that.
Yeah,
but,
I'm just for many years I felt the same way, and I guess technically I kind of still feel the same when it comes to personal choice. After witnessing an accident that occurred right in front of me, and the girl, seeing as she was in a seatbelt, walked away unscathed. Remember that when I was coming back from, was it Louisville or Lexington one year, and I witnessed that she tried to avoid a deer. Yeah, ended up going off the left side of the interstate, coming back up onto the interstate on the roof, skidding off the right side of the interstate, ended up coming up on the wheels down at the culvert. And I was the first one on the scene. I thought somebody's dead. Somebody's going to be dead. This girl gets out of the car, and I said, man, oh man, how she walked away, I don't know, but at that point, I felt like, man, I don't think I want to drive without a seatbelt anymore.
Yep, and the other thing I can say here about seatbelts is that modern cars with airbags, the seatbelt actually works in conjunction with the airbag because the seatbelt holds you back, and if not, then you're going forward when the airbag's deploying, and then it catapults you back into the seat. So would I recommend wearing a seatbelt with an airbag? Absolutely. But anyways, I don't know. I'm for smaller government and government not telling us what we have to do. I guess I got soured on having the government tell us what to do when we had the Clintons in office, and we got told by Hillary that it takes a village to take care of the people because the people aren't smart enough to take care of themselves. And that's where I was kind of pushed me. I was already that way, but it kind of reinforced it for me. So less government's better government. And I don't know. The wife and I keep having discussions about what's going on, and the being able to know what's being cut and why it's being cut by Doge, and where President Trump is, and she's like, but we don't see him. We're just hearing about people losing their jobs, and so you gotta chase it a little bit to find out exactly what it is. But the other thing is if you cut something like this deal that they got on your news here, they're talking about with the 9/11 victims, the medical treatments. Now, if they did cut people or funding or something that actually is going to hurt those types of people, unfortunately, it's going to happen in the beginning that you're going to have something like that happen. But if people bring it up and you show the intent and what it does and the worthwhile value of it, to be permanently cut. So does get cut by accident or even intentionally, and there's actually a reason for it, it should be brought to light and investigated, and if it is necessary and useful, then it should be reinstated. Kind of like there was some employees that were fired that were rehired. So, and so the wife was talking about some of that, and but I seem to remember there was a bunch of people in the military that lost their positions in the military because they refused just to get a shot, let alone possibly being excess revenue. So I don't know. I guess you got to take a look at every situation and try to dig down and actually find the truth of it, because you certainly don't get it by watching your regular newscast on TV or flipping through the internet or Facebook or TikTok or Instagram or all those good things. So just make sure you try to get the whole facts before you make your decision, and kind of like what we talk about with these accidents and stuff. Don't start jumping to conclusions until you can wait a few days and actually start to find out what the actual facts are. Don't just jump on board with the people that are guessing. But anyways, other than that, have we heard from that comic relief character from the skipper out there at all? Is he riding up and down that western corridor of Virginia on I-81 going down to North Carolina and reporting the weather from the speedway, or did they hold him off tonight, not allow him to go out there? And
I know that he chimed in on the chat earlier. The old Gilligan, the skipper.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah,
the comic relief to the skipper.
He's supposedly out there. He was cloudy at the speedway, 30 degrees, and that was right after the midnight hour.
Okay, because I didn't know I didn't know if they were going to hold him off for possibility of, not wanting him to be out there in a 3 or 4 flurries or something.
Yeah, well, it's
but anyways,
Eskimo Mom's parked, and I'm assuming Brain Dead's parked. I have no idea where. I don't know. I wonder if old brother Rambler's out there tonight. Haven't heard from him this week either.
Okay, and it'd be interesting to see. I got to see if I can look up Doc Holliday. If he's up there running around in my old stomping grounds up there, maybe I should see if I could figure out where he's at up there. I'd see if I could point him in a few directions of things to do. But I'm sure he's got all his casinos all laid out there. There's 3 of them up there on that New York Thruway for him to stop at there. So I'm sure he's got it figured out in between where to go. But anyways, I was just thinking that was all I had really come up there for you. So we got the West American Ocean and the East American Ocean. What do you think, Your Honor?
There you go.
Can we get it done?
I don't know. When is the Associated Press going to agree to acknowledge the Gulf of America? They're banned from being in the Oval Office meetings until they'll actually accept and I guess share on their maps that it's the Gulf of America. You believe they're fighting over that?
Yes. Yeah, I believe it. The left side just will never accept, and the thing is that hey, when if they ever get a chance to get back, well, what was it that President Obama says? If you don't like it, win an election.
There you go.
Well, all they got to do is win an election, and then that's what their first executive order could be.
The Gulf of Mexico. So, bring it back. There you go. All right, Horse Feathers. Thank you for the heads up. Kenneth chimes in here just a few moments ago. I-40 in Arkansas. Roads are a mess. Said he is sitting in stopped traffic just to the east of Little Rock. Now, I was looking at the radar map here just a few minutes ago. It looked like most of the heavier snow was now Little Rock snow should be winding down, tapering off to more flurries and the kind of snow that doesn't show up on the radar. But I guess the damage has already been done. East of Little Rock, the snow continues. Again, now rolling all the way over to the eastern seaboard. Mike says, I'm out here. I'm rolling, Steve-O, rolling to Louisville. So you are playing in the mess tonight. 844-844-3388. Yeah, Pappy's out there. At least we're not playing in the snow this morning.
Yeah, thank goodness. 11 minutes to go. Man, Steve, I'll tell you what, we talk all night about crashes with seatbelts, without seatbelts. Had a lady going south on the interstate. I think it was a big truck cut her off. She swerved to miss it. She hit the concrete retaining wall in the center. It was in the summertime. She had her window down. She did not have a seatbelt on.
Mm-hmm.
So when she hit the wall, she kind of went out the window a little bit. She wasn't ejected. She just went out the window, and there was a sign, a milepost sign.
Uh-oh.
That hit her and decapitated her from the top lip up.
Mm.
Had another one where a guy was not wearing a seatbelt. He was drag racing another buddy. Went off the road, left about 120 feet of skid mark before he left the road. And went kind of down an embankment, slid sideways, and hit a big old oak tree, Steve. When he hit that oak tree, the car separated, split in half. The front of the car stayed at the tree. The rear of the car went about 180 feet because I had to go out there with a tape measure and measure it. Went 180 feet in the cornfield. The driver got ejected out the window. He did not have a seatbelt on. And went about 80 feet into the cornfield. Got up, walked away, walked up to the street. His buddy picked him up, took him to the hospital.
Wow, really? So in that case, if he had
See,
would it have been, would a seatbelt done more damage than good if he had it on?
I think the impact would have killed him. I think, what saved him is he went out the window. He didn't take the brunt of the kinetic energy going against
right
the seatbelt and everything else. But anyway, Steve, we were looking in the trees. It didn't even look like a car, We're looking all over because we don't know. Nobody's there. I'm like, dude, there's no way anybody survived this. Anyway, we get a phone call. Hey, your driver's up here at the hospital. Went up and talked to this young lad. He's all scraped up from going out the window. And I told him, I said, dude, we just got word, I know you were drag racing your buddy. I said, I can't prove that, so you're not going to get a ticket for drag racing. I said, you are going to get a ticket for ferry control. Steve, I don't know how many seatbelt tickets I gave in my career, maybe 4 or 5. I kind of agree with Worst Feathers there. But I said, but you're going to get a seatbelt ticket, even though that seatbelt, probably not having it on, probably saved your life. I don't know, Steve, if I had to say wear them or don't wear them, I would say wear them. More often than not, they're going to save your ass.
Right.
Children, if you're a parent, I think children that don't have the culpable mental state to make their own decision whether they should be in a car seat or not, I say yes, they should be in a car seat. If you're going to put a 2-year-old baby in the back seat and not have him in a car seat, and not even have him in a seatbelt like I grew up, I don't know, you should probably get a ticket for being stupid. Oh, man, it's talking about school buses, see? Many years ago, got dispatched onto a lot of a school. Daggone school bus backed up into another school bus. Really wasn't any damage, a little dent. 24 kids on one school bus. I think it was 21 kids on the other school bus. 40-something passengers plus the 2 drivers of the school buses. Steve had to take every kid's name that was on that bus, get their name, their date of birth, their age, their address, their phone number, and list them where they were seating on that school bus.
Okay.
A simple little, stupid little fender bender, if you want to even call it that. I think I spent 3 hours on that stupid crash. Jeez. Anyway, we're at the top of the hour. I'm heading towards the home 20. But real quick, yeah, man, Steve, these NGOs we've been talking about, the web is far-reaching. Many fingertips out there reaching, and who knows how many family members have jobs, right, or on the payroll of all these NGOs that are getting funds through USAID and these other entities. I'm telling you, man. And we'll call out the left just like we'll call out the right, Steve. And information has it, Lindsey Graham is knee-deep in all this stuff, too.
Oh, yeah?
And if that's the case, sorry about his luck. He gets what's coming to him. If, in fact, that's true, but that's what I'm hearing. All right, buddy. I got to go. Thanks for taking the call. Probably got to catch you tomorrow.
They'll be putting it in park here in very short order. Calling it a day, all right? What else we got? A couple minutes before news breaks, so we'll take care of that first here. And I shared an audio piece last year. Of course, couldn't play the video, so you could see it on YouTube and whatnot, but I did share it on my Facebook page. That it was the audio of 2 former presidents, one Barack Obama and one Joseph Biden, and one even went back to all the way back to one Bill Clinton, where they were pretty much saying exactly the same thing that Elon Musk and Donald Trump are saying today. The White House press secretary Caroline Leavitt this past day calling out the Democrats' hypocritical position, defending Trump and Musk, pointing out that the former presidents, and it's all caught on not just audio but video. If you just watch the video, but you shut your eyes and listened to the words coming out of their mouths, you would think you're listening to Donald Trump and Elon Musk and this entire administration, who are saying the exact things that the Democrat politicians promised that they would do for decades. They just never did it. Trump's the first president in our lifetime to actually do it. And now you see the Democrats in the mainstream spiraling out of control about a very simple promise, which was rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse from the bureaucracy. Trump campaigned on that, and he is delivering. I've been fighting fake news reporters all day here in D.C. in the swamp, trying to fear-mongering the American people, believing this administration is going after their hard-earned dollars and their hard-earned Social Security checks. So let me set the record straight right here. Trump directed Elon Musk and the Doge team to identify fraud at the Social Security Administration. They haven't dug into the books yet, but they suspect there are tens of millions of deceased people, many of whom receiving fraudulent payments. Their goal is to identify three things. Number one, identify duplicate payments, end them. Number two, identify payments that are going to deceased people who are no longer living and should no longer be receiving that money. And number three, protect the integrity of the system for hardworking Americans who've been paying into the system their entire lives. So let me assure you, if you paid into the system honestly, you will continue to receive your Social Security. Do not buy into the lies from these legacy fake news media. They're trying to scare you and convince you to believe otherwise. Hey, we got a final hour coming up right after this.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
He gets it done. He's a leader. Yeah. He really is. He gets it done.
President Trump speaking about Elon Musk on Fox News this evening, where Trump credited Musk with implementing many executive orders he has signed since taking office again. Trump said a lot of his executive orders would be ordered into law, and Musk works with his group of people at Doge, who he referred to as geniuses, to get things done. Musk said the assassination attempt on Trump in July only sped up the process of endorsing Trump. Musk also added that he felt that if the president's will isn't being represented, then the will of the people is not being represented either. Vivek Ramaswamy is expected to launch his run for Ohio governor next week.
The former Republican presidential candidate filed campaign paperwork over the weekend. He would run against Ohio Attorney General Dave Yost in the GOP primary race to replace current Republican Governor Mike DeWine. Ramaswamy appears to be a front-runner for the seat, given his wide recognition after his presidential run and having brought on some of Vice President Vance's top advisors. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
New York City Mayor Eric Adams stirred up some more controversy yesterday.
It happened when he invoked Adolf Hitler's book while defending himself against calls to resign.
I remember listening to some of Dr. King's teaching, and he talked about the book Mein Kampf. And he indicated if you tell a lie long enough, loud enough, people would tend to believe it's true.
Mayor Adams spoke at an event in Brooklyn as 4 deputy NYC mayors announced their resignations over the Justice Department's controversial decision to dismiss federal corruption charges against him. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Wall Street closed higher.
Stocks wavered as global trade fears and inflation worries weighed on markets. At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 10 points, the S&P 500 rose 15 points, and the Nasdaq gained 14 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Senator Adam Schiff is advocating for a two-state solution to end the war between Israel and Hamas.
I believe that ultimately the way to a lasting peace will require 2 states.
The California Democrat says it's unclear what a two-state solution would look like, but he says Hamas should not be permitted to take part in the government of Palestine. Homeland Security and the FAA are just a couple of federal agencies laying off employees. Iowa Senator Chuck Grassley says it's time to think about those who are now out of a job.
Congress can't do anything except complain about it. This is an executive branch decision. I think we have to have sympathy and understanding for people that are laid off.
He says the president has the constitutional right to determine who does or does not work for the executive branch. The top official at the Social Security Administration is stepping down after a disagreement with Doge.
Michelle King resigned after refusing a request from Doge to access sensitive government records at the agency. The information reportedly dealt with Americans' bank info, social security numbers, marital status, and date of birth. President Trump has appointed Leland Dudek, a manager in charge of Social Security's anti-fraud office, as acting commissioner. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Southwest Airlines is cutting 15% of their corporate workforce. This is the airline's first mass layoff in the company's history and will affect around 1,750 employees in leadership roles, some of them senior positions. The airline says the move is part of an effort to cut costs. Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
As a doctor, I've seen too many women with breast cancer who could have avoided extensive treatment or even death had they just gotten an annual mammogram. Every major medical organization experienced in breast cancer recommends annual mammograms for women 40 and older. Please, if you're 40 or older, get a mammogram every year. If you have a family history or other risk factors, talk to your doctor about what's right for you. To find an accredited center, visit mammography-saves-lives.org.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, as we get that final hour off and rolling, what do you say? Update. Cabinet members continuing to move forward. The next step for Kash Patel. The Senate this past day voting to advance the nomination to be the director of the FBI. Putting a staunch ally of President Trump and reformer of the Bureau on track to run the most prominent law enforcement agency. The Senate vote was 48-45 along party lines on a procedural measure. This sets the stage for the final confirmation vote later this week. Of course, Patel, a former intelligence and Defense Department official in Trump's first term, has called for a reshaping of the FBI, pledging to expand its role on illegal immigration and violent crime. Patel has been among critics of the FBI investigations into Trump on issues ranging from the Russian interference in the 2016 election, Trump's retention of classified documents in his Florida club, and the alleged attempts to overturn the 2020 election. Democrats say he is unfit to lead the FBI, pointing to his embrace of claims about voter fraud in the 2020 election, and FBI agents fomenting the January 6 riots at the Capitol. But he's got broad support from Republicans touting him as a reformer. Of course, last week, the Senate panel voted 12-10 along party lines to send that nomination to the full Senate. So I guess that means we are one step away. I guess that could be, what, Thursday or Friday, if I understand correctly. So we shall let you know. Double R! Well, good morning.
Morning, Steve. How you doing?
Hump Day.
That's right. So, hey, if I'm not mistaken, I was reading, it's probably old news to you, but on that Panama Canal where they're wanting to rename, or not Panama Canal, Gulf of Mexico or whatever,
right.
They're wanting to rename that. Didn't some woman, I can't remember who she was, but from Mexico, told United States that if they rechanged the name, that she was going to sue them, that United States only owns 22 miles, I guess that's from the shore going out,
right,
of the Gulf of America. Yeah. Did you read anything on that?
I hadn't. Wouldn't surprise me, but I know Mexico's not happy about it.
Yeah, she said Mexico and Cuba. She said United States does not own the Gulf of Mexico.
Well, I mean, most of it,
And,
most of it is international waters. I mean, how far, like when we
Yeah.
go on a cruise, you got to get so many miles offshore, then they can open the casinos. Once you're in international waters,
Absolutely.
and then that's the Gulf of Mexico, the Gulf of America, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, technically, if any
Right.
country has the sovereignty for that, whatever the number of miles offshore is, that's it.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll probably turn into a pissing contest, but yeah, I'm still moving. I'm out here on I came off of 26, and it was out of Asheville, North Carolina. It was good running. I'm on 81 now, headed toward Nashville, coming into I'm in between Greenville and Knoxville on 81, and roads are high and dry. I'm looking at roughly 30, well, according to my truck, 35 degrees. And, hell, I'm running good. So, but so far, so good.
So,
Where am I supposed to hit that at, Steve?
I was just going to say, so where are you headed?
I'm headed to Mount Juliet, which is Nashville area, yeah.
Okay, I'm looking at the rate. I mean, it should be snowing up there in Illinois at this point in time based on what I'm seeing, but it's on the lighter side.
Okay.
Yeah. Trying to zoom in.
Okay,
Right now, I mean, the radar showing, light snow from, say, east of Bloomington, east of Springfield, down to Effingham. Yeah, St. Louis is kind of on the backside of the system now. The heavy stuff is down through Kentucky and Tennessee.
Oh, lovely. Okie doke. Well, hopefully I can get to the house, so we'll see. But okie doke. Well, anyhow, I just wanted to bring that question up. I didn't. I look for that to turn into a pissing contest, but and another thing, real quick. This braking system that you were talking about.
Yeah.
They could stick this crap
where the sun don't shine. Okay, yeah.
No, check this out. I'm driving down the road. There's a truck, probably, I don't know, 2 or 3 semi-lengths ahead of me. Steve, I'm doing 65 miles an hour. There's a Ford pickup truck on my ass with a trailer. And I'm just tooling along. I ain't paying a bit of mind to him. All of a sudden, out of the blue, this stupid-ass truck that I'm driving locked it up. And I guarantee it scared the living shit out of me. Excuse my language.
Yeah, watch that.
It did.
Watch it.
It scared me bad. Yeah. No, but I'm serious, man. It's crazy. Also, when you get in the snow, when you're driving in the snow, it will lock up on you. Because it's not seeing the road, and it's thinking you're off the road, and it will lock up on you. Yeah, they need to pull this. Back in the days when we drove cab overs, you didn't hear of none of this crap that's going on today. Of course, the drivers, we didn't drive around with a damn brick on our foot, we drove sensible, and you never heard of semis rear-ending another semi or none of that crap, A lot of this stuff falls towards this new generation of truck drivers that don't know diddly squat about how to drive a damn truck. That's the bottom line. That's it. So, and that, that's my as as he says, that's my baloney. So that's, But anyhow, I'm going to get off here and, I just wanted to throw that out. But, if they did a little bit more better researching on this truck driving stuff and get somebody into FMCSA that knows what the hell they're doing, a lot of this stuff would come to a screeching halt. I mean, that's my opinion. Damn, I'm feeling good this morning.
All right. Well, good luck getting back to Nashville. I think you're gonna run into something between there and where you are and there. Roki kind of chiming in. He said, as far as going back to work, like rather than sitting at the house and doing a half job because you're not being supervised. On Trump's back to the office, J.P. Morgan Chase CEO Jamie Dimon has ordered all employees back to the office after apparently observing remote workers on a Zoom call. He noted they were more focused on sending text messages than actually working. Same for the Environmental Protection Agency. Administrator Lee Zeldin, updating yesterday, Tuesday, said piggybacking on the Trump administration's greater effort to end remote work for federal employees. He said in a video message posted to his X account, I've met with agency teams across the country and honored to be working alongside individuals who he described as many of the brightest minds on the planet. To the dedicated employees who've been showing up to the office every day, thank you. Your commitment to our mission does not go unnoticed. Then he went on to speak directly to those who've continued to work out of the office. To all the other great members of the team, it is time to return to the office, to partner, collaborate, and to deliver. The average occupancy at the headquarters on Mondays and Fridays since January of 24, over a year ago, has been in the single digits. So everybody takes maybe a 3 or possibly a 4-day weekend. They don't show up on Friday. They don't show up on Monday, essentially working 3 days a week. The highest single day of attendance since January of last year was just over 1/3 of employees. Noting in his post that the EPA headquarters had a daily attendance of 8.9% on Mondays and Fridays last year. Our spacious, beautiful EPA headquarters spans 2 city blocks in D.C. across 5 buildings. Federal hallways are vacant, desks empty, cubicles filled with unoccupied chairs. The American people rely on every single one of us to protect their access to clean air, land, and water, ultimately asking employees who've been absent from the office time to get back to work. As we embark on this journey together, I ask you to return to the office. I will be present every day and hope to see you there as well. There were no threats of those from that memo of not returning to the office, but I think based on what federal workers are seeing across the administration, that's kind of like an advance notice. Get back to the office. What do you think?
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
All right, back at it at 844-844-3388. Yeah, a lot of folks in the South going to be rolling slow this morning due to old man winter. I'll be looking there. Are you in Virginia, West Virginia, North Carolina? Good morning, Gilligan.
I'm here in Roanoke, Virginia. I'm ahead of the storm. Yeah, I think it's supposed to hit here around 7 o'clock. They're only supposed to get about 1 to 3 in Roanoke, but Martinsville is supposed to get 3 to 6. So 220 sounds like it's going to be a mess tonight, so I don't see me running. Where our company they don't want us out on the roads if it's slick, and I think that's a good policy.
Mm-hmm.
In response to the propane ferry, he said I was a funny man. Well, he named himself the propane ferry. Am I right or wrong? He said he was a propane ferry filling up tanks. So, Double R. Now, we know that some of these guys out here are old-timers, and he's talking about back in the day when they used to run cab-overs. So, wait a minute, Steve, I run cab-overs earlier. Scratch that. Never mind. As far as the automatic braking, I need to touch on that like many of us. A few years ago, I was running a single axle, and I normally run a twin screw. And the single axles, to me, are a little touchy. I mean, they just don't take turns as well as the twin screws, but I guess it's like anything else. You got to get used to them. I haven't drove one very much. Steve, I was going into a turn down on 220 out just north of Martinsville one night with a single axle, and I guess it sensed that I was taking the turn a little too fast, and right in the middle of a turn, guess what that crazy truck done? It slammed on the brakes, which is the absolute worst thing you can do if the truck is maybe going a little fast at all. The people that design these things have no clue. And I know we've all that drove these trucks that have these automatic braking systems have run into that. I've had it pick up a guardrail before and hit the brakes. I've seen bridges like everybody else. Had cars turn off, and because it's in a turn or something, it picks them up and starts beeping. There's a red light, lights up on these dashes, and loud beeps. There you go. And it's like the car just turned into that parking lot. I don't know. I say the automatic braking, just like the self-driving stuff, is a long ways to go. Like I mentioned on the show,
I've been the last year or two. I entered the trucking industry in '99. Now, I know, but a lot of your listeners have got a lot of time on me. That's going on 26 years ago. But going on 26 years ago, when I went to orientation at TMC, which actually Eagle brought up there last week, I think, one night. By the way, that's a flatbed company out of Des Moines. TMC in the day actually stood for the McCall Corporation. Back when I was there, we actually had a truck or two that had the McCall Corporation on it. But getting back to the point I was making, they showed a video of that platooning trucks. And I know you've covered that, where there's a driver in the front one and the second one follows it. Well, that was 1999. I don't know how old the video was, but that'll give you an idea. They've been working on this stuff for at least 26 years, depending on how old the video was. So, the technology is not there, like many drivers have brought up. What do they do when they're in a construction zone or they're in inclement weather? And Double R brought up hitting the brakes on snow and ice. It scares some of the technology they're putting into these trucks. That's another reason why I'm a little hesitant to drive on slick roads. Now, I've drove in some pretty bad snowstorms years ago, and many times I should have parked it, but I went on, pushed on. I think any driver with any time in the seat would have to admit to that. But anymore, I guess I'm getting too old to worry with it. I'd rather just sit at home, watch TV, and watch the snow from a window, instead of a windshield. Well, Steve, that's about all I got for tonight, and I appreciate you taking my call, and I appreciate you letting me ramble a little bit.
All right.
Hang in there and be safe, everybody.
Good. Thank you for the update. I was kind of curious about the road conditions there, because much of central and eastern Virginia are under the winter storm warnings. Western portions of Virginia not anticipating quite the accumulation, just winter weather advisories. Northern portions of West Virginia, that cutoff line it's pretty much in Ohio. It's right along the Ohio River. We're not anticipating much of anything here in southwest Ohio. A couple counties south of us, they're in Kentucky. They got full-fledged winter storm warnings. So from Louisville to Lexington, all under winter storm warnings. It's amazing what 50 to 100 miles difference can make. From nothing to maybe 2 to 4 inches to 3 to 5 inches, or maybe even more, 4 to 6. All right, news update about a minute away. What are we looking at here? Coming up, I found this rather interesting when it comes to going after the billionaires. Now, when it comes to tax filing, which that season is upon us. When the tax filing guy goes through and tries to get things filed, any sort of deductions that I can take, I want to pay the least amount as possible. Isn't that what we all do? Well, the same is the case for millionaires or even billionaires. Now, according to President Trump, it's bad enough when city and state governments step in to subsidize professional sports teams. However, when the federal government is doing it and doing it through federal tax code, that is even more indefensible, according to President Trump's administration. And that's about to come to an end rather quickly. We'll tell you what they're talking about here just ahead. And, of course, it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A federal judge is declining a request from 14 attorneys general to temporarily ban Elon Musk from accessing data at 7 federal agencies. 14 states have requested a restraining order to block Musk's Department of Government Efficiency from firing employees and gaining access to sensitive records. Hundreds of CDC disease detectors have been fired in another DOJ downsizing move.
They got their walking papers by email Saturday night. Those emails citing poor performance, even though most of the CDC researchers who were purged had excellent performance records. DOJ had told the CDC it planned to eliminate 10% of its staff and that more terminations are coming. The CDC is responsible for protecting our nation against dangerous disease threats and responding quickly when they do arise. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you for listening to this radio show. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. For nearly 40 years, Carl Amari has been licensing the rights to classic radio shows, including Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, My Favorite Husband, Dragnet, The Lone Ranger, and many more. Today, Carl has over 100,000 classic radio shows, and because he works with the owners and estates, they provide the master recordings, which are superior sound quality. 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
but wonder if the left-leaning mainstream media will give any attention to the announcement from the Trump administration. According to Bloomberg, they said, the administration said last week they're going to move to eliminate all special tax breaks for the billionaire sports team owners. According to the words of the White House press secretary, Carolyn Leavitt, surely Trump wouldn't do anything to negatively impact all of his billionaire friends out there, would he? I mean, Miriam Adelson, how much did she give to get Trump elected? The main way in which federal tax laws benefit those who buy sports teams has to do with the fact that tax laws treat them much like any other form of corporation. Even as the ways they operate are completely different, the main perks of ownership come from Internal Revenue Service rules that let buyers of sports team franchises write down the value of their initial investments over 15 years. Now, similar rules apply to other businesses. Buyers of factory equipment, for example, can lower their tax bills by deducting their purchase cost over a period of time. You know, truck drivers, you've had, 3 years, I think? Is that the standard for writing off the cost of your truck, right? To reduce tax bills. Now, a key difference with sports franchises is the ability to write down the team's intangible assets, like their TV deals and the player roster, that are not likely to lose value in the future. The fact of the matter is these things are more than likely going to appreciate or be refreshed. In the case of rosters, meaning there's no depreciation, unless, of course, you're the Cleveland Browns and you signed Deshaun Watson to an insane, fully guaranteed contract. But the tax code does not exist to bail out rich idiots. So, this is, what's his name, Douglas Golden, who is a contributor to the Western Journal. But he says, you do not buy a sports team hoping to become wealthy. You are a wealthy person and you buy a sports team. It is a very elite club. Elite enough that at least 6 American pro sports owners have a net worth over $20 billion. Steve Ballmer, owner of the Los Angeles Clippers, the man behind their glorious viral clip during his time at Microsoft, topping the list at $123 billion. Rob Walton and his family, owners of the Denver Broncos, second at $94.3 billion. Daniel Gilbert of the Cleveland Cavaliers, net worth $33.1 billion. Miriam Adelson, her family, owner of the Dallas Mavericks, at $29.8 billion. You've got Steve Cohen of the New York Mets, Dave Tepper of the Carolina Panthers, $21.3 billion. This is not soaking the rich, mind you. It's merely looking at a wasteful tax loophole that should not exist. Conservatives want taxes to be fair, the same as everyone else. And although the definition of fair might be different, I think we can all agree this sounds egregiously unfair. This is the stuff that governments should be doing. Things like auditing USAID. You don't usually get around to soaking the rich. It sounds a lot better, at least if you're a Democrat. But this is the kind of action that eventually does make a difference. The administrations that start at the bottom and work its way up, treating pro sports like they're a normal business where machinery and computers wear out and depreciate. It is nowhere near the same. It should stop. Now, what will the impacts be? It's not going to be untold billions of dollars in additional taxes going to the government. The director of policy analysis at the Conservative Tax Foundation estimates limiting deductions would have a relatively small effect. Over, say, 10 years, it could raise from as little as hundreds of millions to, at most, the sum in the low billions. It's something as opposed to nothing. But it's something we should have happened a long time ago. There are two things we should hope to hear from this administration in the months ahead. Going after the billionaires? What's Miriam Adelson going to say? Just saying. Hey, good morning to the blind man.
Hey, good morning, and welcome to my world. A fog. It muffles traffic. Cannot find the curves because of the snow drifts. My fog. So, anyhow, I went to work in snowstorms, and over the years, it turns out that the blind staff, they just jump on the bus and get to work, and the sighted staff stay home because they look out the window and don't want to come in because it's snowing.
How about that? So even on a snow day, the blind man went to work.
Exactly. Because my supervisor would call me up and she would say, how many people are at work? And I said, well, the blind staff are here, no sighted people. And she says, well, I'm not coming in. I'm just looking out the window. It's really coming down
so even
hard.
Even the boss would stay home.
I got a kick out of... Pardon?
Even the boss would stay home, huh?
Yeah. Oh, yes. That's how dedicated we are. We're thankful that we got work.
Yeah.
Because when I started working, the private sector wouldn't even hire the blind. This is back in 1968, and the only agency that would hire would be the federal government. And I started at the very bottom of the ladder and worked my way up to quality assurance specialist, where I checked the tapes to make sure that they were duplicated properly, and go after the duplicator people that duplicate the tapes and tell them what's wrong with this particular book, with the cassette or whatever, and got to meet some of the people that were on radio. I met the guy that played Officer Brennan on My Favorite Martian. He came to visit one time. Desi Arnaz showed up one time to read the beginning of his book down in the studio that we have, and Roy Avers was another guy. House Jameson was another guy I met. It was a really interesting career I had, and I just finally had enough toward the end with the so-called diversity training courses, and this one guy started talking about white privilege, and I said, hey, I want to turn this thing around. Let's talk about sighted privilege for a little bit. And I just started saying, you guys can drive a car, I can't. So anyhow, she says, I'm going to report you to my supervisor. I said, go ahead, I'm retiring in 2 weeks anyway.
That's the way to tell them, right? You tell them there, blind man.
Oh, I do. Oh, yeah. I'm very opinionated. Hey, Gilligan, I hope you're doing okay. Any new product, give me a call. Take care.
All right, blind man. Hey, at least you sound like you're feeling a little bit better. I mean, you've been dealing with that infection in the back and the spine and all that. Yeah, it was sounding pretty rough there for a few weeks, so beginning to sound like your old self. Good to hear from you, blind man. Hello, Steve in Columbus. Hello, Mr. Sommers, all the listeners out there. All right, we're halfway there, starting to look forward to the weekend, which, of course, can't get here fast enough. The coffee is fresh, the car is warmed up, time to head into town, see what we can get into today. It's pretty darn cold out there. Yeah, well, that's for sure, but at least, I guess, you're not going to be dealing with the snow, right? The cutoff line is down in our neck of the woods. Just maybe a few flurries. Some models are saying we might get a half inch or something, but it shouldn't be too much to slow things down. Hey, happy hump day. Morning, Mr. Sommers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. We are at 9 degrees. This hump day morning, warming up to 22 at Fort Wayne. About the same in Newaygo, starting at 8, going to 20. I'm thinking spring. Just think positive. Think spring. Right on, Knucklebuster. We are ready to depart Fort Wayne for Newaygo, Michigan. And back again, Semper Fi, from our friend Truckin' Phil this morning. Good to have you with us. And good to have Vic on board. What's happening, Vic?
Well, not a whole lot. I just listened to a blind man's call there. He was talking about, you said, an infection in the back, and I immediately thought, of spinal meningitis. I hope it didn't get that far, but they used to have a problem with that sometimes in these colleges and stuff. So that's pretty serious. But he did touch on a point there.
He had a UTI that he battled for several weeks. I guess the infection had somehow, I guess, made his way up into his lower spine, and he was in incredible pain. So whatever that infection was, that's what he's been taking shots, antibiotic shots at home for weeks.
Okay. Well, it was, when Darrell was talking about he had to take shots for that dog bite, and along with that other UTI infection, it was probably something called Augmentin, and it's a real broad-spectrum antibiotic.
Mm-hmm.
And it covers both the gram-negative and the gram-positive, the bacteria. So I'm just guessing it had to be some type of broad-spectrum antibiotic, and that's the one they're most in vogue right now. But he did touch on something talking about the civil service. I looked up the 1978 Civil Service Reform Act today, and because Trump's getting results. Don't get me wrong, but his management style, I'm hoping it doesn't get him in trouble farther on down the line, because there are all kinds of rules now as regards civil service people. And I didn't realize how much the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission plays a role in that. And really, my initial thing was with Cash Patel coming up for confirmation. The FBI, law enforcement agencies, intelligence agencies, they have a whole raft of rules that cover them. And oddly enough, what the Democrats are fussing about, his Cash Patel's investigations and all that, when he was a part of the intelligence community, they're obligated to do that under that 1978 Civil Service Reform Act. If they see any fraud, waste, and abuse, excessive use of power. I know, like in your son's world, they call it badge heavy, but people overextending their authority or something of that nature.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing that like say Trump's getting results, and today, or well, I guess it would be yesterday now. Kristi Noem came out and said there's going to be some senior officials that might have to depart the Department of Homeland Security, and then you have RFK Jr. coming on there, and they gave him a rough deal over the vaccines. Well, it seems like there were some researchers in Oxford, England, there at the University of Oxford, and there's a highly renowned endocrinologist out of Brazil there, and he was pointing out that some of those vaccines actually damage some brain cells, and it doesn't show up till years later, and it even affects some of the sex hormones and relates and eventually leads to some of this gender dysphoria stuff, where people are confused as to what they should or shouldn't do. And so I'm more excited about that. And they're talking about other things too. You've heard people say, well, you should use soybeans or soy sauce or tofu or whatever for better health. Well, it turns out that most of those soybeans are raised with something called glyphosate, and I won't mention the brand name, but there's a big chemical company that makes a lot of money selling these soybeans that can be raised with chemicals that used to kill them. They're genetically modified. So that changes the whole nutrition thing. And RFK Jr., all he has to do is look at what people around the world are doing to get above our food supply. So there are a world of positive things going on. And, Trump hasn't faced a shooting war like Abe Lincoln did. But you have these people running around saying, we're part of the resistance. So you really have this silent rebellion going on. And it's how do I want to express this? It's a very dangerous time, I guess, for the United States. And you really don't know what these people, what method they're going to take next. And, and Trump is trying, one of the things he's trying to do is do things economically. And that's a pretty hard road to hoe because the CIA, they had the economic warfare for years. But there are so many, the way he's going about it, it's kind of clumsy, really. And he's got this income tax versus tariffs. Well, Abe Lincoln tried that in the Civil War because he was going to lose all the tariffs, afraid he was, since the South was rebelling. And he passed the first income tax law called the Revenue Act. It was later declared unconstitutional, something about direct and indirect taxes and the enforcement clause in the Constitution. And that's when people talk about it, the income tax is unconstitutional. Well, it was until in 1913 when they passed the 16th Amendment. And after they passed the 16th Amendment, income taxes were constitutional in the United States. And the part of it was that was what Al Capone was sentenced to Alcatraz for, was for violating the 1913, the 16th Amendment, basically, the Revenue Act. And anyway, and then Woodrow Wilson came along and he made it even worse. And we went up through, people were upset with Russia, so they decided that they weren't going to sell Russia anything. And that's where the Smoot-Hawley tariff came in. And growing up in agriculture, you learn all about that stuff pretty quick. Like, so Trump needs. I hope he has a good White House counsel and a good historian, so that he's highly successful, I guess is what I wanted to say. But
right.
He's pretty much gotten his team together, and things are looking pretty good. Even here here locally, we've had a problem with these young teens going into neighborhoods and having their little neighborhood party. And finally, the local prosecutor said, enough. We've had enough problems with that. So they're even looking into that. So by and large, everything's looking pretty good on my part. So
things looking up. That's good. All right, we got to get a final timeout.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
All right, Shorty is rolling I-77 northbound. He sends me a little short video what the highway conditions are between Beckley, West Virginia, and Charleston, West Virginia. It's snowing. All right, looks like you can still see a little bit of asphalt in the drive lane. All right, there's a couple lanes of traffic there, but definitely things going to be getting slick and going to get worse before they even begin to get any better. All right, final industry headline. I've been talking about the down trucking cycle for the last 2.5+ years. And maybe things turn it around according to FreightWaves. Shipper requests for truckload capacity are being rejected at the highest rates since the pandemic era in Laredo, Texas, the largest U.S. border crossing market. The Outbound Tender Reject Index measures the percentage of truckload capacity requests that carriers decline. Since rejecting loads is generally undesirable for carriers, rising rejection rates indicate a tightening market with limited available capacity. That would put upward pressure on rates, right? Rejection rates for loads out of Laredo averaged about 3.8% from October through mid-December, jumped over 6% just before Christmas, but they have not come down. They've remained unexpectedly elevated. Since October, demand's been running about 10% higher year over year, yet rejection rates only spiked around the holidays. That suggests demand alone may not explain the tightening market. Of course, over the one potential driver is uncertainty over trade policy. Talking about implementing tariffs on Mexico. That uncertainty was anticipated before the election, which may explain the sustained growth in cross-border freight demand. Many shippers rushing to move goods ahead of potential cost increases. However, the rising rejection rates suggest some additional factors very well may be at play, but we shall continue to follow in the days and months ahead. So we close it out there. Hump Day. Enjoy your day. Be safe in your travels. And we'll return at the midnight hour Eastern Time tonight for our next edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.